Tim stepping down. Well, not stepping down, not just yet, but not going for re-election. But check this stuff out with me. Stephen A. Smith, and I'm gonna play Angry Man as well. But check it out. What you guys think?
Truly Stephen A. coming at you as I love to do. It's usually every Wednesday night from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time over the airwaves of Sirius XM, POTUS Radio Channel 124, and that will certainly be the case come tomorrow night when I'm back on the air officially after a 2-week hiatus due to dental surgery, more so than the holiday season. But I'm back in action, ready to roll. Number to call up at that particular moment in time will be 866-96-POTUS. That's 866-967-6887. So get your calls ready. Just to tease Wednesday night show, I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about the kind of things that I would be talking about Wednesday night, just to get my feet wet, so to speak, because I haven't done anything over the last couple of weeks politically, and I definitely wanted to make sure I touched on a couple of things right now. Two of the major stories that have really taken off, obviously, one occurred this weekend, and one is about today, the anniversary of the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol, January 6th. To be exact, we know what that means. The year doesn't even matter for crying out loud, because all you have to do is say January 6th, J6, and everybody knows what you're talking about because of what transpired, several years ago. So that is the situation right now. We will definitely get into that just for a second here, because I have something that I wanted to say about what a representative for the United States wrote and what I have to say about it. I'm not going to say I took issue with it, but it's definitely something that I'm willing to talk about, especially since I'm expecting to have this guest on tomorrow night, Wednesday night to be specific, right here on Straight Shooting with Stephen A. on POTUS Radio. Before I get into any of that, let me get into what transpired over the weekend when President Donald Trump, the Department of War, obviously entered Caracas, Venezuela, and captured its leader, Nicolas Maduro, and his wife, and brought them back to the United States, where he will be put on trial for drug trafficking, to say the least. That's what's going on pretty much. And here's my thing. Everybody's been talking about that. Everybody's been going off about that. There are people that are praising the president, and then there are other people who are incredibly concerned that the United States of America entered the sovereign state, the sovereign land of another nation, and captured its leader and brought him to the United States, supposedly for justice. There are those in power that are diametrically opposed to what President Trump did. Obviously, Cuba is one of those nations. Russia is another one of those nations. Who knows whether or not China is going to say anything about that, along with a bevy of other nations around the world, because they don't want the United States
I'm not a Trump hater.
entering their territory and going off about it and capturing leaders and bringing them
MAGA,
back.
baby.
There's a couple of things that I want to say, because I want to make sure that I touch on this, and I will touch on it a bit more in depth on Wednesday night. But I got to bring this up now. We're going off about President Maduro, who showed up in court in New York City, proclaimed himself to be a president and a prisoner of war, even though there are those who have challenged whether he was a democratically elected individual as opposed to a dictator that forced his way into power. My position is one of questions, and I get myself in trouble asking questions, but I'm never going to stop, because my nature as a journalist is to ask questions. When I think about the United States, and I think about our government in the nation's capital, I need somebody to make it make sense for me. Didn't Trump originally put a $15 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head in his first term in office?
It was Biden.
That would be yes. Didn't President Joe Biden in 2025, before leaving office, put a $25 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro's head? The answer to that would be yes. Didn't President Trump come back after putting the $15 million bounty on Maduro's head after witnessing Joe Biden put a $25 million bounty
Right.
on
There you go.
Maduro's head, up the ante by increasing that bounty to $50 million? The answer to that would be yes. So if we as a government crossing party lines, mingling with other administrations in terms of mirroring their agenda as it pertains to this specific individual, if that is what happened, what's the problem? What am I missing? Now, if the vice president of Venezuela, who's now been sworn in as its leader, is opposed to this, I get it. Cuba, Russia, doing business with Venezuela, particularly as it pertains to its oil, because even though the United States produces more oil, they don't have a larger reserve than Venezuela. We know they have it. My point to all of y'all is this. As a nation, this is where we have to hold our politicians accountable. Make it make sense.
Right.
What is the problem with President Trump?
Right. Trump all day, baby. Good morning.
When we already put a bounty on his
Like and
head,
subscribe.
crossing the first Trump administration, crossing the Biden administration, and now with the Trump administration, part two, being in power, all each time they were on the same page, we got to get this man. They called him a narco-terrorist. They accused him of funneling drugs into our nation. Trump did it, Biden did it. Republicans agreed to it, Democrats agreed to it. What's the problem? I just need it to make sense for me. Because if it made sense for Trump to put the $15 million bounty, and the Republicans said nothing, and it made sense for Biden to put a $25 million bounty, and the Democrats said nothing, why is it a problem now that we got it? Why? Now, I'll be the first to admit, I get very, very suspicious about that nation building stuff. I personally am not interested in seeing American boots on the ground, put in harm's way, while we're trying to run a nation when half the time, we don't look like we can run our own damn nation. I'm leery about that. I'm not comfortable when
Stephen A. Smith does flip-flop. But when he does be right, he be right. I gotta give him that.
Transition, what you talking about? That nation building is not something we wanted. And by the way, this goes as diametrically opposed to everything that he said prior. When he ran for office in the first term, when he ran office in the second term, when he talked about America first, when he talked about prioritizing this country, he didn't talk about nation building. As a matter of fact, he lamented our role in Afghanistan. He lamented our role in Iraq. He lamented our role in certain places. No doubt about it. So why are we going to do that now? Remember what Dave Chappelle said during his stand-up many, many years ago. Not in the stand-up, when he was doing the Chappelle show. Take that off. That oil. I got it. They got about 300 million barrels. Who knows how many barrels we gonna get a hold of? Who knows whether or not that's gonna fuel oil companies, gonna put money in a lot of people's pocket. Probably gonna put money in Trump's pocket. We don't know this, but it's not inconceivable. The question is it gonna put money in the American people's pockets? That's a different argument. You want to argue about what role we're going to play in nation building? I'm down for it. I heard Minority Speaker Hakeem Jeffries in the House lamenting. Wait a minute now. What the hell is that about? Did you consult with Congress? Did you talk with Congress? Excuse me, it's the United States government. It's not just the Trump administration.
Good morning. Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe.
You got
Name Deontay.
135 representatives. You got 100 Senate figures. You got 535 elected officials in the United States government that you're supposed to be consulted with. I get that when it comes to the nation building. I just don't want to hear it when it came to him going to Venezuela, going to Caracas to grab Maduro. If you got a bounty on his head, and the Biden administration had a bounty on his head, and then another $50 million bounty on his head, 15 to 25 to 50, once you got his ass, that's not something to be complaining about. Because everybody was in on it. Everybody was cool with it. If you're cool with the bounty, you got to be cool with the capture. And not an American soldier died, not one. Not an American citizen got harmed, not what? Not what? Not one.
No, they're not, James. You're not even listening. Let him talk.
Come on now.
Nobody
This
died.
is what I mean when I talk
Right.
That's how you legitimately grill him when you diametrically oppose what he's doing, because it makes sense. Because you're not engaging in partisanship. You're consistent. We don't have to get into it now, but I'm going to bring up tomorrow how Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is trying to demote the rank of Senator Mark Kelly. I won't get into that today, but I'm going to tell you this. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I didn't agree with what Mark Kelly did. How dare you tell soldiers to disobey orders, labeling them illegal?
So which one is it, Stephen A? Which one is it? You can't tell the soldiers to do that.
It's a very irresponsible thing for Mark Kelly to do. And I said it here. I said it on The View in front of Sonny Houston. And I'll say it again. Houston, I'm sorry. I'll say it again. You don't do that. Not because you're an elected official or because you're somebody that served in the Navy. You know better. That don't mean we got to be petty and demote the man's rank. A man that served with honor in the United States military and take money out of his pocket that was earned, bled for. He shouldn't have said that. It's not right. He shouldn't have opened his mouth. Shouldn't have been part of a video with other Democrats saying that. Fine, because he served and he knows better. Military Code of Justice. You can't do that.
Good morning. Thanks for joining in. Thanks for joining in.
Because in the end, Pete Hegseth, as you did in serving in our military,
like and subscribe.
Senator Kelly, he's one of your own. All intended purposes, whether you like it or not, he's supposed to be your brother. You don't have to do that. You can have a little more compassion in that. And Senator Mark Kelly is right to fight him on that, but I'll discuss that another day. Getting back to Maduro, again, nation building in another country, especially with Trump, I'm suspect on that. But I'm not suspect on it. It's him getting them. Hell with that. That's the right thing to do. Because across party lines, everybody in our government said this man was a narco-terrorist and we want to get him. What's the problem? God, why are we complaining? People in Venezuela ain't complaining. Venezuelans throughout this nation ain't complaining. A lot of people in Latin America ain't complaining about the fact that you got him. You got people. I know somebody from Venezuela, and now they fantasizing about going back because he's finally been captured. And they want democratic leadership within their country. Because they went from being one of the most prosperous countries in the nation a few decades ago to people eating out of trash cans. And we complaining. Are we complaining because it's legit, or are we complaining because it was Trump? And this is something that could be perceived as beneficial to him and the GOP for the midterm. And
good morning, Nick. You're right.
In 2028, that wants to mirror the policies that he's implemented. Come on now. We got to be smarter than that, better than that as a nation. We could complain about a lot of things. We should not be complaining about the fact that Nicolas Maduro is captured. We should not be complaining about that. Not if we care about people instead of politics. Point number one. Now let me move to the insurrection. January 6th, by the way, it was an insurrection. A lot of people act like it wasn't. We got thousands upon thousands of people in Capitol Hill. And they stormed the U.S. Capitol. You got an officer that died. You got a woman who was killed by the U.S. Capitol Police inside the building. You got over 140 law enforcement officers getting injured. That was an insurrection. Now, that doesn't mean everybody that was there were insurrectionists. That doesn't mean everybody that was there broke the law. You had a few. Even the FBI identified approximately 2,500 people as subjects of investigation for entering or attempting to enter the building. We want to politicize that and say, oh, that's
good morning. Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe.
Thousands of people were there. 2,000 to 2,500 were identified. Okay? More than 1,300 people were charged in connection with the January 6th attack. The majority of those charged were indicted on at least one federal offense. Over 900 people pleaded guilty or were convicted at trial. That's an insurrection. You can slice it any way you want. And just because Trump comes in office in January of 2026, and he grants clemency to more than 1,500 people charged and convicted in connection with the attack on the U.S. Capitol, doesn't make them innocent. It was politicized, obviously, because Trump pardoned or granted clemency to every damn body. But this is the anniversary of that day. And the fact of the matter is, those people who stormed the Capitol, who went
Good morning.
into
Good morning.
the offices of Nancy Pelosi and others and defecated in those offices, for people who were chanting, "Kill Mike Pence," former Vice President of the United States. No, you deserve to be prosecuted. You did. You definitely did. Having said all of that, it doesn't mean that folks don't need to be careful. And that includes Representative Eric Swalwell out of California, who is going to be a guest on this show Wednesday night. Take a look at the article that he wrote, that he authored, and listen to what he said. Quote, "The three most important days in American history since the Civil War have been December 7th, 1941, September 11th, and January 6th. We don't use years for the last two. They aren't dates on the calendar. They are scar tissue. So many of us lived through those tragedies and still remember them in terrifying detail. We Americans have a tendency to move on, to not look back. But in this case,
Help a brother out with subscribing.
I am the son of a cop. I am the brother of cops. Outside my office hangs a monument to honor the Capitol Police who defended us that day. By claiming that January 6th was, quote, a day of love, end quote, Trump is attempting to gaslight our nation on an industrial scale. It is the same playbook French theorists used after 9/11. They insisted there were no planes. They said it was holograms, missiles, and controlled demolition. Common sense Americans didn't buy that nonsense then, and we cannot whitewash history now, end quote. Can't wait to talk to Eric Swalwell. Been looking forward to talking to him quite some time. I had the pleasure of meeting him months ago. I like talking to him. I respect him. But we're going to have a quick, honest, somewhat rhetorical conversation. How's that going to help you? See, the difference between some others when I ask questions and Eric Swalwell is that he's willing to come on the show and actually answer the question. Others who will remain nameless don't want to come on the show to answer the question that I'm asking, because I'm asking a question. How's that going to help you? I think you've heard me ask that before. You see, Eric Swalwell is running for the governor of California. He's a representative in the United States Congress. There's a midterm coming on in this year. This year, 2026, is the midterms. Okay? It's coming November, it's the midterms. I'm asking how that's going to help you. Because you see, at some point in time, if you are a Democrat and you are against Trump and the GOP, you obviously care. If you're one of the 77 million voters who voted for Trump, you obviously don't. Because you have bigger fish to fry. You can talk about the insurrection, and it was an insurrection until the cows come home. The American people said, nah, we're kind of focused on the economy. We're kind of focused on the border. We're kind of focused on affordability. We're kind of focused on health care. Kind of focused on
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
In the streets. That is where our focus is. Not you trying to remind us of the insurrection, which Trump believes is or is saying is fake news, which tens of millions of people say, you're going to roll with him. See, when I sit up here and I talk to you, and it's not just Eric Swalwell that's coming on the show tomorrow, okay? It's also this man, Representative Derek Van Orden out of Wisconsin, a Republican out of Wisconsin who's former Navy SEAL, who's going to talk to us because he spent time in Venezuela. He kind of knows what's going on down there. So I'm going to talk to them both. But what I want y'all to understand is that these cats ain't playing. On the right, this is how they feel. Somewhere along the way, you're going to have to appeal the moderates, to centrists. The fringes are the fringes on the right and the left. 80% of America, whether right or left, are relatively moderate. They don't want all this noise. So now when you make noise and they deem it unnecessary noise, instead of blaming Trump, they might blame you. So I'm going to ask Eric Swalwell when he comes on this show, how that going to help you? Because I want an answer. I hope he's watching as he's prepping to sit down with me because I want an answer. See, California is one thing. And maybe he can afford to do it with ease because his objective is the state of California and being its next governor. That makes sense. Because out there, if you're on the left, chances are you.
They say Trump is almost everybody blame MAGA for the Capitol incident. But why haven't they showed you this video?
Why are you letting this happen? Why haven't you called for backup? Where is your backup? This is our damn Capitol building, and y'all are letting it get destroyed on your watch. All of you, call for backup. Get some help down here.
Almost everybody blame MAGA for the Capitol incident. But why haven't they?
Crazy, ain't it?
Don't win because most Republicans don't win in Los Angeles and LA and California, period. It just doesn't happen much. What I'm saying, however, is let's pay attention. Let's keep our eyes on the ball. And I'm not saying eyes is in left or right. I'm saying about what people are paying attention to. I'll give it to you again. Economy, borders, security in the streets, care, affordability. That's what we want to hear about. And if you, the Democrats, focusing on the insurrection, it's like focusing on woke and cancel culture all over again. You will lose. You will not win. Because you know what's going to happen? While you sit up there and you try to point everything in the direction of Trump, you know what's going to happen? Right at the right time, in their eyes, they're going to remind you Trump ain't running.
That is true.
You think Marco Rubio going to sit up there and have these kind of conversations? That's an adult in the room. Whether you agree with him or not, he's an adult in the room. He's not going to engage in, oh, fake news, fake news, fake news. Oh, you didn't even say hello. How are you? He ain't going to do that. You bring up the insurrection from 5 years ago, you be like, what are you talking about? That's over and done with. Can we move on? Those folks have been granted clemency and pardon for a while now. That's over. You think the American people will be concerned about that when they go to the polls? That's why straight shooting exists. See, a lot of times people think I'm taking positions, and I don't have a problem taking positions. But what I'm doing when it comes to politics, which I really, really consider social commentary, I'm really, really saying to you, yo, is it going to work? I want to know if it's going to work. Are you engaging in frivolous activity? Or are you engaging in substantive stuff that's going to make a difference and make inroads and make things happen? Which one is it? The insurrection is a very real deal. My heart goes out to lives lost, those injured. That is not what people are going to be thinking about when they go to the polls later this year. That's not what people are going to be thinking about when they got to choose between J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, or dare I say even Ron DeSantis in 2028. They're not going to be thinking about that. Affordability, safety, economy, borders, healthcare. That's what's going to be on their mind. You got to have answers. You got to have solutions. Still no resolution with the Affordable Care Act subsidies. Still seeing ICE in the streets. Both sides of the aisle got problems. It's not a good look for the GOP and for Trump with ICE doing what it's doing as publicly as it does. Get with it. Understand what works and what doesn't. Everybody get their eyes on the ball. You want to win, you better discuss issues that folks care about. I mean, no harm, no disrespect. Of course, the insurrection was a very, very, very serious matter. Of course, President Donald Trump is wrong when he says it was no insurrection. He was wrong to pardon people who engaged in illegal behavior as soon as his first day in office. He was wrong, but he was consistent.
Right, nobody died.
What he was going
Nobody
to do
died. That's cool.
before he did it. He still got 77 million votes. That's the vast majority of Americans saying, look, that's what we don't care about that. We care about all of this stuff. Eric Swalwell, I can't wait to talk to you. Jasmine Crockett, I can't wait to talk to you. AOC, I can't wait to talk to you. Bernie Sanders, you're welcome on the show. President Trump, you know I've been looking to get you on the show. JD Vance, what's up, my brother? You like to talk. I ain't been on the show yet. Marco Rubio, looking forward to having.
This is a decision that I make and make with my family. And certainly I think, as I said, it's the right decision.
Thank you for subscribing. Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
appropriate we're here today. The war that's being waged against Minnesota, you're seeing it. We have a ridiculous surge of apparently 2,000 people not coordinating with us that are for a show of the cameras. I'm going to note to all of you, today is January 6th. There's no debate what happened. The President of the United States led an insurrection against a fair election to try and overturn that and, report both sides of this. Well, he said he really didn't, and courts convicted 400 of them and he pardoned them. No, he did that. He did that, and that's today. And it's clear that we also saw today that 5 states are being punished with a freezing of federal funds illegally that were appropriated by Congress, our tax dollars.
One thing I cannot stand in politics more than anything is just when they do pure performative bullshit. Like, it's just a photo op. They don't actually really care. An absolutely perfect example of that is what happened tonight. All the Democrats got together to hold a candlelight vigil for the anniversary of January 6th.
Amazing.
The night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, through the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
So I promise you guys that what you're about to see is not AI generated content. It is just Democrats being Democrats, which means performative nonsense and virtue signaling that is solely done for political purposes, right? And that is essentially what Democrats decided to participate in on the 5th anniversary of January 6th.
Members of the former January 6th Select Committee are holding an unofficial hearing to re-examine their findings regarding what happened during that Capitol Hill insurrection. The discussion comes 5 years to the day after supporters of Donald Trump stormed the U.S. Capitol, intent on stopping the results of the 2020 presidential election from being certified. The committee found the violence was fueled in part by the urgings of President Trump, who wrongfully insisted that the election was stolen from him. Last hour, one of the Democratic leaders of the committee spoke about why it's so critical to revisit what happened then.
Wolf is piece of shit.
Remembering January 6th is not an exercise in partisanship. It's an obligation to those who have sacrificed for this country and all those who will in the future. Democracy depends on the courage of those who will defend it and on our willingness to hold accountable those who wish to destroy it. Today's forum is another step toward the goal of justice, another way of honoring our oaths, another way of showing that our constitutional republic is bigger and stronger than its enemies or one man.
All right, let's go live now to CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, what's the reaction been on the Hill to this meeting and this unofficial hearing?
Well, Republicans are ignoring this altogether, and that is in keeping in how this day, which once unified the two parties, has now led to deep divisions over the last several years because of, large part, because of Donald Trump and what he has said and about January 6th, what he has called this a day of love, and defended January 6th rioters, ultimately leading to pardoning all of the January 6th rioters on his first day in his second term in office. A much different than it was 5 years ago on this day. I was in this building at that time, and at that point, Republicans and Democrats alike were universally condemning what happened there, condemning the rioters. But now we're seeing Democrats are having this hearing today. Remember, they're in the majority in the House, so it's now a mock hearing of sorts.
Right, no police died.
In the House, and then the House Republicans.
They all died after January 6th. Only a woman passed away.
Talking about a whole host of other issues.
And the cop got promoted
Yeah, so for whatever
to captain.
CNN seems
I kind of found out the captain got promoted.
two-faced.
He had a bogus daycare. He in trouble for fraud.
Participate in the latest
Make it make sense.
clown show, right? Because that's what it is. Let's be real. It is a clown show because Democrats are engaging in performative nonsense, right? This is 100% a partisan witch hunt, right? It is designed to essentially attack Republicans and conservatives and Trump supporters. And it is obvious, right? It's very obvious what this is about, right? Which is why
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning.
Nonsense, right? And this right here, this vigil, right? This is a candlelight vigil that Democrats decided to hold is a great example of what I'm talking about. This is a cringe factor of over 9,000 here from Democrats on January 6th.
Right. Yep. That cat. Yep. That's sad. They ain't acknowledging her at all.
This, right? This is so rehearsed.
That's the problem with Democrats. They bad acknowledge all the stupid shit, the bad stuff, the criminals,
It's pathetic. It really is.
the rapists,
Democrats don't understand why
immigrants. When it comes to America, they ain't got nothing for America. That's crazy.
It's worse than Trump. It's worse than Republicans. Okay. The reason why is because of stuff like this. I don't understand how anybody can like a political party. How can you like a political party that engages in these types
They don't know
of
what a
stuff,
woman
right?
is.
This is just cringe. Even
Ask
if
them what a
you
woman
want
is.
to,
Democrats don't know what it is.
January 6th was
Lefties,
so
none of
bad,
them.
It was so terrible, right? This right here, though, really, like, how can anybody look at this and say, yeah, this is totally authentic and, not get partisan hackery, okay, on behalf of Democrats?
I'm a happy black man. I'm not sad.
Thank you to Leader Jeffries,
Good
to my
morning.
Senate colleagues and all members of the House, and thank you to all of those in attendance today who loved ones because of January 6th. To Officer Brian Sicknick's mother and brother, Gladys and Glenn. Gladys and I am Addison, together. To Officer Jeffrey Smith's spouse, Erin, and to everyone else, thank you for being here. We are here today because we must never forget what happened on January 6th, 5 years ago.
What
Yeah,
happened?
and Democrats certainly are not going to let people forget what happened. But what about what happened during the Summer of Love, right? Since, Democrats...
He never said blacks are eating dogs. Come on, man, stop it. He said the Haitians.
Hold these type of political shows, right? These clown shows on behalf of the police officers that were beaten and attacked during the BLM riots, right? Why don't they honor those police officers? Why do they only care about these police officers? Because, back then, the Democrats were very anti-police, and now all of a sudden they're pro-police when it comes to January 6th, and that's it, right? But outside of January 6th, Democrats
Okay, she wasn't Haitian, but yeah, so
that much, right? It's funny
they
how
did
that
eat the
works.
cats and
All of
dogs,
a sudden,
though.
These police officers are being used as political pawns rather than Democrats actually believing in
It wasn't black Americans.
actually cared about police. But the only person that died on January 6th was Ashley Babbitt. And they never mentioned her. They never talk about her, right? So it's just funny how that works. The person that actually died on January 6th, they don't care about, right? The police officers that were being attacked prior to January 6th, right, by, left-wing radicals, okay, Democrat Party supporters, they don't care about those officers either, right? You have police officers who are killed every single year in these little cities. Democrats don't care, right? Never mention it, never talk about it. But when it comes to January 6th, though, now all of a sudden they care about police. They love the police. It's almost as if they only love the police if they're getting beaten by Trump supporters. That's it, right? But anybody else, any other police officer, they can care less, right?
Not only must we remember it, but so much our children, must our children, our grandchildren, and future generations.
Yeah, everybody must remember January 6th forever, right? Because that's what Democrats want. Not because it's really an important part of American history, okay? It's really not. Let's be real. January 6th, compared to the BLM riots, the Roe v. Wade riots, the Antifa riots, the pro-Palestine riots, all of the left-wing political violence in this country, again, it's a blip, right? It's a blip when you talk about American history and political violence compared to Democrat-led political violent movements, right? I'm just saying that this idea that we have to remember January 6th every single day and talk about it every single day and never forget it like it's 9/11 or something, that is a construction of the Democrat Party, right? That is Democrat Party propaganda. It's not grounded in any real reality.
Yeah, Malcolm X definitely broke it down about the liberals, the Democrats, especially white Karens, white liberals.
We must never
They
forget
dangerous.
the Summer of Love, which was the most violent political protest that we've ever seen in this country's history, right? And that is an undisputed fact.
The day democracy was placed at greater risk than it has been in more than a century.
Yeah, says the party whose nominee was not democratically elected, right? Who overthrew Joe Biden, right? Forced him out of the race and installed Kamala Harris and didn't let anybody vote to decide who was going to lead that party. Yeah, these people care about democracy so much, right? The same people who are boo-hoo whining crying about a socialist dictator being arrested after the dictator literally stole their election.
Right, no kings. What happened to that situation? All of a sudden, Democrats don't know what to do.
A vicious mob tried to undo American democracy. Thousands of rioters, egged on by Donald Trump, stormed the U.S. Capitol, smashed its windows, desecrated its hallways, ransacked its offices in an attempt to steal the 2020 election.
See, this is how you know that all of this is political, right? They can do all this without mentioning Trump. The fact that they mention Trump, they have to, egged on by Trump. That is their way of making this about Trump, right? So every year, what they're saying is that you must never forget that Trump caused January 6th, right? It's Trump's fault, okay? Every single year, we must have this Trump the reign ceremony, and your kids must never forget how evil Donald Trump was, right? That's what they're really trying to say here. This is what they're trying to do, okay? Democrats are going to be milking this forever, right? They're going to be doing this 15 years from now, and they'll still be the most unpopular group of people in this country, right? And it's so funny to me because Democrats really do believe that this helps them, right? It's a political game, and they think that they're winning the political game, whatever game they're playing, by doing this, right? But they're really embarrassing themselves. I mean, J.D. Vance, the vice president, posted this meme of the Democrats with sombreros on their head, right? You have people roasting them left and right on X, okay, in videos of this, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a cult, right? It's a cult. It really is. A bunch of NPCs, okay? Western Litzman says, there's cringe political theater, and then there's whatever this is, right? Did they get commemorative tampons, right? January 6th. Facts. LOL, I have died of cringe. Shall we put candles in our Facebook profile pictures too? Where's the vigil for Ashley Babbitt? Good question. We live in clown world. These people are such theatrical clowns. They couldn't act normal to save their lives. Yeah, there's nothing normal about the Democrat Party. They are the party of weirdos and freaks, right? Democrat politicians keep finding new ways to embarrass themselves. LOL, in Rule 4 of the mentally ill, these people are insufferable. Gronk, can you put clown faces on all these people? Right. Exactly. That's what this is. It's a clown show.
Members hid in the House chamber. Staffers barricaded themselves in offices, hid behind desks, feared for their lives. I remember the moment. I was sitting at my desk. I had just become putative majority leader because we had won the election the night before. And I'm sitting there feeling, wow. And all of a sudden, I feel an arm, hand, grab my collar. Never forget that feel. My brave Capitol Police officer, Mike Lazinski, said, "Senator, we got to get out of here. You're in danger." And I looked up at the podium and I saw Pence being rushed off the platform. We went out the Senate door, made a right turn, opened another door, and we were within 20 feet of those rioters, of those insurrectionists. One of them looked at me and said, "There he is, get him." But because of the work of my brave police officers, led by Mike Lazinski, I wasn't hurt.
Wow.
Let us
Amazing.
never mince words about what happened again. Those who try to lie about it, those who try to make up myths about it, we're not there. We were. Most of us. We know exactly what happened.
What lies? What myths? Right? What myths? There are no lies. You know the biggest lie? The biggest lie is that Trump is at fault for January 6th. You know who's really at fault for January 6th?
Nancy.
Nancy Pelosi, right?
Nancy
Pelosi's at fault
Pelosi
because Nancy Pelosi is the same person
and
that
her hammerhead husband.
she did not do enough, right? She's the same person that kept the National Guard from being called in, and it's her fault, right? That's
Hey,
the biggest problem
James.
with January 6th. The biggest lie about January 6th
Black folks tore up their own city. Remember City of Love, Summer of Love?
that stopped the National Guard from being called in. She's the one that wanted it to happen.
And Kamala let people
She set it
out
up that way.
during the Summer of Love. They
that's
took
what really
all the
happened anyway.
cities,
Let's fast forward to this
Foot Locker, all that shit, tore it all up. She let them out.
This performative nonsense here.
Good evening. Thank you, Leader Shultz.
They got a script, right? They got a script under the desk for them, right? These people.
Yeah, January 6th is a bad move. Should never happen.
Speaker Emerita Pelosi.
But how they're making as if the officers died. The officers died after January
And to all of
6th.
my
Only person that
colleagues
died
who
was
are
one
present.
woman.
Today we gather here on the steps of the
And
United
that was petty.
States
They didn't mention her.
Congress, the citadel
Right, T.M.
of our
Obama.
democracy, to commemorate the solemn 5-year anniversary of the violent insurrection incited by Donald Trump to overturn the results of a free and fair election. On that fateful day, hundreds of brave, courageous, and dedicated Capitol Police and DC officers stood on these very steps and across the Capitol grounds to defend the Congress, the country, and the Constitution. They were outnumbered by a violent mob, but never overwhelmed by the seriousness of the moment. For more than 5 hours, they were forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat, confronting thousands of bloodthirsty rioters who were unleashed by Donald Trump.
Bootleg
They were beaten
Obama.
with pipes, whipped, assaulted by bear spray,
Trump been sent to do a political IQ
by
test. The
Confederate
IQ
flag
test, he said that.
poles. They were bloodied, but unbound. We owe these heroes an eternal debt of gratitude, and will never forget their service and their sacrifice. Had it not been for their bravery on that fateful day,
Jeffrey kind of quiet about the
many
Epstein
of us
file.
would not be alive right now.
His name was on there. They wanted to meet him and do a campaign fund with him. I think they even made it happen.
Continuing to serve
He got money from
our
Epstein.
nation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that any of these people, their lives were ever really in any serious danger, right, on January 6th whatsoever. Again, this is performative nonsense. This is a good reason
for why the Democrat Party approval rating is in the tank, why nobody likes Democrats, right? You know, here's the thing about Republicans, right? At least when it comes to Trump, okay, he has actual support from the base, right? The base still likes him generally, right? When it comes to Democrats, Republicans don't like them and their base don't like them, right? Nobody likes Democrats. And it's stuff like this, man. Like, who takes this seriously? Who watches this and says, oh yeah, this is a serious thing. These are serious people, right? These are real, serious lawmakers, politicians. No, this is a clown show. This is a clown show. Hakeem Jeffries might as well put on makeup, right? And face paint. This is a minstrel show right here, right? That's what this is. None of these people care about law enforcement. None of these people care about law and order. None of these people care about police. They don't care about political violence. Because if they cared about this, then they would be showing the exact same type of concern.
If it's a successful presidency, it's been nothing like what we're.
These videos are free. I never ever ask you and never force you, but I'm telling you, you get a lot of benefits because you get access to our members only Discord. You get automatic registration into our live stream grand prize giveaways. I've given away thousands upon thousands of dollars, gift cards, cash, new merchandise, shirt, hats, stickers, you name it, hoodie.
Records with the epic midterm victory that we're going to pull off. It just doesn't seem to happen for people to win the presidency. It's an amazing phenomenon. You win the presidency, and we sure as hell are having a successful presidency. I will say that. But even if it's a successful presidency, it's been nothing like what we're doing. We had a very good day 2 days ago, too. But even if it's successful, they don't win. I don't know what it is. There's something psychological, like you vote against. You can win by a lot. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions. We won everything. But they say that when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm. So you're all brilliant people. Most of you are in this business longer than me. That makes me smarter than you. Because look where I am, right? No, it doesn't. But I wish you could explain to me what the hell's going on with the mind of the public, because we have the right policy. They don't. They have horrible policy. They do stick together. They're violent. They're vicious. They're vicious people, and they stick together like glue. They don't have a couple of the people that we have. A couple of people, not too many, really very few. And that's why I want to just say that before we go any further, I want to express our tremendous sorrow at the loss of a great member, a great member, Congressman Doug LaMalfa, who passed away yesterday, as you probably have heard. And he was the leader of the Western Caucus, a fierce champion on California water issues. He was great on water. He wanted to release the water and scream out. And a true defender of American children. He was a defender of everybody. And our hearts go out to his wife, Jill, and his entire family. He voted with me 100% of the time. And by the way, he wasn't a 3 o'clock in the morning person. Do you know what I mean by that? Where the speaker goes, sir, could you call up? Could you call? I said, what time is it, speaker? Sir, it's 3 in the morning. Could you make a couple of calls? How many? 9. So I'd start calling 3 in the morning. I said, I shouldn't use any names. I'm just going to create problems. But hi, Jim, and I'm not talking about Jim Jordan. They had never had a call 3 in the morning.
Good morning, Phil.
But
thanks for joining in.
How you doing?
Happy
Just called
Wednesday.
to say hello. 3. Okay, sir. Sir, you haven't spoken to me in 3 years, and it's now 3 in the morning. So I know what you want. You want my vote, and usually that almost always they give it, but they wanted to be called. And with Doug, I never had to call. He was with us right from the beginning. I love those guys. I must say I probably love them the best. The guys that I don't have to call. They know we're doing the right thing. I have a couple that are going to be with us all the way, but they just want the call. They want love. They need love. They're more insecure than most of you. It's true. No, most of you are secure people. They're all laughing. No, most of you are secure people. I had a couple say, look, I could have Trump call me all the time. I just have to break his ass a little bit. And he'll be calling. But I appreciate those. We actually had a little party. We opened up a beautiful section of the White House in the Rose Garden, and we had a party for all of those people that I never speak to and vote for me. And, I spoke to Doug, but I didn't speak to him about, I've had a problem. And I was really saddened by his passing and was thinking about not even doing the speech in his honor. But then I decided that I have to do it in his honor. I'll do it in his honor because he would have wanted it that way. He would have wanted it that way. He would have said, do that speech. Are you kidding me? Do the speech. Big guy. But he was a fantastic person. Man, that was a quick one. I don't know quite yet what happened, but boy, it's a tough one. He was just with us. He was our friend, all of us, every one of us. And I also want to send our best wishes to Congressman Jim Baird and his wife, who are recovering from a car accident. They're going to be okay, but they had a pretty bad accident. And we're praying that they get out of that hospital very quickly. He's going to be fine. She's going to be fine, but it was a bad accident. And I want to thank the man who has been central to so many of our triumphs. He really has been. He's the guy that would call me to make those calls all the time. He's always working. And he's a nice person. He's a very nice, he's a high quality person. But I wouldn't say he's a very tough cookie. I've seen both sides. Not often do I have to see the other side because he's just, by nature, he's a very fine, religious. I like that. He's a religious person. I like that. I like religious people. It usually means they're more honest. Sometimes it doesn't happen that way. I've had some real religious ones that did numbers on me, and I said, I'm going to get them someday. They got me by surprise, but it's usually good, okay, right? And his name is Mike Johnson, Speaker Mike Johnson. My complete and total endorsement. Stand up, Speaker. So, but it is true. A lot of times they'll say, I wish Mike were tougher. He's tough as anybody in the room, actually. But can't be tough when you have a majority of 3. And now, sadly, a little bit less than that, maybe. But you can't be Trump. You can't, you make 10 enemies, 20 enemies, that's the end of that, right? Everybody loves him. I would say there's one person he's given up on. I think he just gave up on this guy. He's so bad. He never votes for us. But no matter how good, he won't vote for us. There's a sickness there. There's something wrong. You can have the greatest bill, the greatest for the country. Forget about for Republicans. Great for the country. I'm a no vote. We don't even bother calling him at 3 in the morning, do we? Yeah? But I want to thank another guy who's as tough as they come, because he went through something that none of us have gone through. I went through a little shot, but I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. But what he went through was incredible. And then Steve Scalise got hit hard. Where's Steve? Steve. He's a tough cookie. He was dead. I went to the hospital. His wife was crying so much. It was a mess. Oh, yeah, she loves you. That's the only thing I learned about Steve, that he has a wife who loves him. Because I've gone to hospitals where guys are in bad shape and the wife couldn't care less. She's waiting. She's looking for the next guy. Who's the next guy down the pike? Who the hell is the next guy? He's dying. I said, it's so bad. Oh, yeah. I had one where the dog died and the husband died at the same time. I said, it's so sick. Yes, I love this dog so much. She couldn't give it, and the guy left her a fortune. Can you imagine? He shouldn't have left her anything, but she was much more concerned. It's true. So the dog was devastated. The husband, he was like an afterthought. Your wife loves you, Steve. She's a great wife. Another one who has a great wife, Jackie, is Tom Emmer, right? Look at you. You have a great wife, but you haven't been tested like these guys. We don't want to test her, right? She's incredible. She's a strong, beautiful, great person. She's a great person. She actually liked me at the beginning when we were having little fights. We weren't even having fights. We just didn't know each other. We didn't know each other. And I heard he said something negative about me. He was sort of right about the subject, but you're not supposed to say ever, even though you're right. But Jackie was saying, I'm telling you, he's a great guy. He's good. He's going to be a great president. Blah, blah, blah. She was fighting for me. And now I love this guy. He's great. Jackie's right about, she was right about both of us, I think, right? But Tom has been incredible. He's incredible at what he does. He's a great team player. Your conference chair, Lisa McLean, is so strong and powerful and beautiful. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you. And I think their broadcast, we said we don't care if the press comes or not. So when I say that, that means that they're broadcasting all this. And I'm letting my feelings out because it's true. I feel that way about so many people in the room. I can say it about many of the people in the room. Some I don't know as well, but many of the people in the room. They're incredible people. You're incredible what you're doing. We also have another one, Richard Hudson, chairman, NRCC. Richard's always in there. Always with a smile. No matter what's happening, Richard. He always has a smile. He's just a positive guy, smart and positive. Thank you, Richard. Really appreciate it. You do a great job. Republican Policy Committee Chairman Kevin Hern. Kevin, where are you, Kevin? Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Did a great job. Every one of you got to be proud of yourselves. And basically, the entire House Republican Conference has been really amazing what you've done. And we're going to give you some ammunition today. I said, I'd love to make a speech. The speaker asked me, would you make a speech? I said, sure. You think Biden would do that? Would you make a speech? What? First of all, people wouldn't ask him to make a speech because it never worked out well, right? Could never find the exits. You finish, look, stare here, stare there, stare here. You could jump off the front if you had to. No matter what he did, got himself into trouble. So basically, they didn't ask him to, but if he did, it wouldn't be good. But it's good with me because, we have so much ammunition.
We've been had oil with Venezuela.
That's why I like
this is nothing new with the oil of Venezuela. We've been getting
not
it.
alive because, when they say, as an example in my speech, peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol, peacefully and patriotically. Did you know that the Unselect Committee?
Right, Woods. It's been on oil. This is nothing new.
Said those words. Do you know that the news never reported?
It's easy to Google it up.
Walk or march peacefully and patriotically to the Capitol. Do you know they never reported it? It's a scandal. The Unselect Committee never reported that. They never reported that Nancy Pelosi was offered 10,000 soldiers, National Guard soldiers, whatever you want.
Wow, 10,000 soldiers offered, and Nancy said no.
She was more honorable about it. But Nancy got caught when her daughter did a documentary. She's a documentarist. And she has her mother saying, it's my fault. I should have taken the soldiers or something. I saw that in the documentary. I said, whoa, this was a major story. Has she spoken to her daughter since then? But they just, they are vicious people, even on the attack. And it was an amazing military feat that took place yesterday. Think of it, an amazing military. The people are saying, well, thank you. People are saying it goes down with one of the most incredible. It was so complex. 152 airplanes, many. Talk about boots on the ground. We had a lot of boots on the ground.
There was no war. You can't. You think Venezuela was a war? Wow.
A lot of people were killed. Unfortunately,
nobody died.
Soldiers. Cubans, mostly Cubans, but many killed, and they they knew we were coming, and they were protected, and our guys weren't. You know, our guys are jumping out of helicopters and
Right, Sean.
protected, and they
Right.
But it was so brilliant. The electricity for almost the entire country was boom turned on. That's when they knew there was a problem. There was no electricity. Caracas, there's no electricity. It's not the only people with lights were the people that had candles. It was just off. So we sort of got them a little by surprise, but it was brilliant tactically. It was an incredible thing. But I watched where Schumer, he's such a bad guy. I mean, I've known the guy for a long time, and he's such a bad guy. You know, at some point they should say, you know, you did a great job. Thank you. Congratulations. Wouldn't it be good? I would say that if they did a good job, their philosophies are so different. But if they did a good job, I'd be happy for the country. They've been after this guy for years and years and years. And, you know, he's a violent guy. He gets up there and he tries to imitate my dance a little bit. But he's a violent guy. And he's killed millions of people. He's tortured. They have a torture chamber in the middle of Caracas that they're closing up. But he's tortured people. And now what they do, the radical left, they actually have people, and it's hard to get them. They won't pay people. Most of these people are paid. You know they're paid when they have brand new, beautiful printed signs by like the highest quality printer, and you have a woman, free Maduro, and the sign is before we even did the attack. You know, free Maduro. Why do you want him freed? I don't know, but he should be free. Oh, she reads the sign. What does that say? It says free. Well, that's what I believe. And you know, you see the sign. It's like, Lisa, we should all have quality signage like that. The one thing I want their sign maker. The guy is great. He does beautiful signage. You know, the old days was better when they used to write out their own sign, wasn't it? They'd make a sign in the basement. They'd have an old broken board holding up a sign, and it's made with a magic marker, sloppy as hell, and it meant something. But today, when you have that yellow and black, they should use different colors a little bit. But the yellow is a beautiful shade of yellow.
The Democrats always mad.
You know, I want to find out who that is. I want him to work for the Republican campaign.
Y'all keep saying he's a
Much better
pedophile.
than
How?
the guy, whoever the guy is. But the United States proved once again that we have the most powerful, most lethal, most sophisticated, and most fearsome. It's a fearsome military on planet Earth, and it's not even close. You know, I've been saying it for a long time. Nobody can take us. Nobody. We don't want to have it. We don't have the discussion, but you read all and you see everything else. Nobody can.
Right, sleepy time.
Nobody has our weapons. Nobody has the quality of our weapons. The problem is
The
we don't
world
produce
respects
it
us
fast
now.
enough. We're going to start producing them much faster. We're going to be very tough on the companies. We have the best weapons in the world, but it takes too long to get them, including allies. When allies want to buy them, they have to wait 4 years for a plane, 5 years for a helicopter. We're not letting that happen anymore. We're telling our defense contractors, you're going to start building faster. You know, guy makes... I have a big problem with it. I'm the king. I have sold more Boeings than any human being on earth. They gave me an award,
Thank you.
Salesman of the Year. I said, what about Salesman of the in the history of Boeing? I've sold more Boeing planes than any man in history by far, probably over 1,000. Over 1,000 planes. I said, that's the good news. But why should they wait 3-4 years to get a plane? They should build them, get them immediately. The F-35s, it takes too long to get them. The Apache helicopter. I mean, I had India coming to me, sir, I've been waiting 5 years. We're changing it. We're changing it. India ordered 68 Apaches, and Prime Minister Modi came to see me. Sir, may I see you, please? Yes, I have a very good relationship with him. He's not that happy with me because, you know, they're paying a lot of tariffs now because they're not doing the deal, but they are. They've now reduced it very substantially, as you know, from Russia. We had rich because of tariffs, by the way. I hope everyone understands that. They hate to report. We're going to have over $650 billion poured into our country or coming in shortly because of tariffs. You know, they're finding all of these pockets of money a couple of weeks ago. Sir, we're off by $39 billion. Oh, is that good or bad? Meaning, do we have it or are we short of it? Sir, it's $39 billion that we can't account for.
Tampon
That
town.
means we have an extra 39. Yes, sir. I said, well, what do you say? We just don't know came from. I said, check the tariff shelf. Sir, that tariff doesn't start until September. I said, no. It started about a month and a half ago. Check it.
Right, Mark.
Comes back
You're definitely
25
right.
minutes
Thanks for
later.
joining in.
Sir, you were right. I
Good
came
morning.
from tariffs. This never happened to us before. Where we fined plus 39 million, not million, plus 39 billion. They were missing. We've taken in $650 billion or shortcoming, and that's because I'm being nice. If I want to be, and we have national security because of tariffs. And frankly, we have a big Supreme Court case. I hope they do what's good for our country. I hope they do the right thing. Where the president has to be able to wield.
Good morning. Good morning.
Now, if you have
Happy
the right
New
president,
Year's.
it's good. You have the wrong president, if you have the wrong president, nothing's good. Tariffs are the least of your problems. We found that out for 4 years. We had the worst president, did the worst job. They had the worst policy. We have to even run against these people.
Thanks for joining in. Yep,
Once they
good
cancel
morning.
the
Glad
election,
you're
they
here,
should
Mark.
cancel the election because the fake news will say he wants the elections canceled. He's a dictator. They always call me a dictator. Nobody's worse than Obama and the people that surrounded Biden. Not Biden. I don't think it was Biden. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Okay, the election was rigged. He had no idea what happened. He still doesn't. The auto pen. And by the way, you were to make a big deal out of the auto pen. The auto pen was your president. Because most of the things were signed by AutoPen. And you're not allowed to do that. I signed very little. Now I just sign everything because it's just so crazy. But like I had the other day, we elevated a general.
No
to
problem,
4
Richard.
stars. I think you should sign that.
I'll always
That's a
come
big
some
deal.
stuff for you guys to
A
talk
general
about.
did a great job. Was
Appreciate you
elevated
guys
to
being in
4
the chat. Thank you.
And I had the general, and I signed it in front of him, held it up. You gotta say that. You can't give it to an auto pen. And you can always tell an auto pen. One thing, it has 2 little tiny dots. You know that? 2 little dots. You know what that's from? 2 pins. They go bing, bing. They're wonderful things. But you gotta sign it.
Dirty
And
Dr.
the
Joe.
law is
Oh,
you
man, that's a good one.
If somebody's, telling the auto pen person, he has to be authorized by the president of the United States. Well, he wasn't. The guy barely knew the president. How many times did you speak to the president, right? He said 2. And they just spoke about the weather. It was like this. But he
Yeah,
was
way
never
better than
authorized
Biden's
to
first
sign.
term.
And I think it's,
Period.
what is it, 95% of the things were signed by AutoPen. You could tell because the AutoPen is a nice, clean signature, and his signature's a mess. The only thing he signed was, which is nice, was Hunter's pardon. That's the only thing that we can find that he signed. Most of it he didn't sign. So somebody's sending papers to sign, and he wasn't the president. First of all, the election was rigged. You ought to have voter ID. You ought to insist on it. You ought to insist on it. Can you imagine? In California, they not only don't have voter ID, but if an official at the voting booths, which they don't have, by the way, because it's all mail, if an official, a voting official, even asks somebody for voter ID, sir, would like to see your identification. Do you come from our country? They put him in jail for tampering with the election. Okay? We got to straighten this out before it gets too crazy. California is more corrupt than any place. California is more corrupt than Minnesota.
Yep, Eric. Yes,
And I
yes,
went to
yes.
Minnesota. Wow, shit, Tom's going.
D Money.
Well,
What's up, D Money? Thanks for joining in. Like and subscribe.
Probably nothing.
Say fuck Donald Trump. That's cool.
Yeah, right. He says you got to win. I'll tell you what, I did great there 3 times. I was surprised 3 times. Those elections are corrupt. They got you 1 time too, but I heard a long time ago. But they got you. But they got to straighten those out. But we have to have voter ID. And when you confront a Democrat about voter ID, like in a debate or something, I said it a couple of times with Biden. It's just one. They're very embarrassed when they say, we want voter ID, voter identification. The only reason somebody doesn't want that is because they want to cheat.
Good morning, Angel. Thanks for joining in. Say fuck Donald Trump.
And you can
Appreciate
not
it.
only win elections over
That's
that,
what's
and
up.
not only win future elections, but you'll win every debate because the public is really angry.
After
about
Trump,
it. And you
hopefully we
have
get J.D.
universally
Vance or
safe act,
Byron
or
Donalds,
whatever you're
Mark
gonna call
Rubio.
it. Are we going to Save Act or the Save America Act? I think we're going to change the name a little bit. You're going to put that up for a vote. I think everybody in this room certainly should do it. And it's a bad vote.
Angel, where you was at when Biden was in
Things
office?
like voter ID and other things that are almost equal to voter ID. But when somebody says, no, we don't want voter ID, that means you're crooked. And the public understands it. You win elections with that. But I think it would be really important, Save America Act, if you would put that up for a vote. It's got my total endorsement. And all it is common sense things about the election. And they'll fight it like crazy because they cheat.
You say he never blacked a black man, never. He helped Jesse Jackson out run for presidency twice, I believe.
Women's sports.
He helped out Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson case, I
And they
believe.
fight like hell for it.
A lot of things Trump has done for a lot of people.
Congressman was fighting like hell.
Trump good friends with Tony Yayo from the G Unit, 50 Cent
The
homie.
other day with somebody.
What are you talking
And I
about?
was
Do
with
your
an
research.
ex-football player. The guy was massive. His leg was like this. And a young woman who plays flag football. And she's very good, supposedly, as an athlete. She's smaller than this guy's leg. Okay? And if they were playing football together, he wouldn't even have to run. He could just keep walking. They couldn't take him down. He can't even believe it. But there's so many. They had a race.
Right.
A long distance race. They had champion men, women, one of those marathon deals. The man finished 5 hours and 14 minutes and 36 seconds sooner. He beat the champion woman by 5 hours. It's so demeaning to women. It's so ridiculous, right? It's so ridiculous. The weightlifting, take a look at the weightlifting records. One record stood for 18 years, and it was broken by 112 pounds. They couldn't get 1/8 of an ounce, they put an eighth of an ounce on. Then she's going to break the record for her mom who's sitting in the front with her father. I'm going to break it. And she's out there. We're adding 1/8 of an ounce to each side. This record has stood, ladies and gentlemen, for 18 years. But she's going to do it. She's looking to get into the Olympics, right? And she gets up and they put a little tiny thing like this, little thing. And
72 genders, you funny, Mark.
hates when I do this.
That's funny.
She said, she's a very classy person, right? She said, it's so unpresidential. I said, but I did become president. She hates when I dance. I said, everybody wants me to dance. Darling, it's not presidential. She actually said, could you imagine FDR dancing? She said that to me.
Well, I love when Trump goes off script. Fuck that
There's a long
teleprompter.
history that perhaps
Talk to us.
she doesn't know. Because he was an elegant fellow. Even as a Democrat, right? He was the attack by Japan, he was quite elegant. But he wouldn't be doing this. But nor would too many others. But she says, darling, please, the weightlifting is
Like good one, he part Lil Wayne, 21
I
Savage.
have to say this, the dancing they really like.
I think Kodak Black he
She
partnered, I
said, they
believe.
don't like it, they're just being nice to you. I said, that's not right. The place goes crazy. They're screaming, dance, please. But the weightlifting, but no, the girl gets up. And you see.
And Joe Biden said he want no black kids in schools. He called it a jungle. The black kids come to white schools.
I want to really.
Google that up.
When she gets in it,
Check. Hold on. Check. Can you hear me right now? Okay. I had to stop it for just a second because this is just absolutely amazing and phenomenal. If you're not having a good time right now, if you're not having fun, there's something wrong with you. How are you not laughing your butt off right now? We have the most.
He said we let Trump babysit the kids. Yeah, my kids won't be sniffed on like Joe Biden sniffing your kids,
Everyday average American.
taking showers with them.
Humble. This is humility. He is like exposing his soul for the entire world in the most amazing way imaginable. Can you guys hear me or not? I mean, this is absolutely historical. He's confessing that his wife, he's confessing that his wife hates it when he dances. He's like, well, quite frankly, I did become president, right? I did become president, so I'm doing something right, but she hates it when I do this. I love you, Mr. President, and I love you, Professor Ness. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll continue.
Good morning. Good morning.
Drops the thing, walks off the stage crying. Her mother's crying, her father's crying. Guy gets up. He said, have you lifted before? A little bit. And he walks up. He could have gone ding, 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 ding. I think it was 112 pounds. Huh? It's crazy. Or the beautiful boxer. They have boxing now. And then they have a young gentleman who transitioned. He was a very good boxer, but he wanted to be a woman, which is, to each his own. Because they want to be very liberal when it comes to these subjects. I'm trying to get that vote. It's not an easy vote to get. It's very tough for me to get it. But he transitioned.
Bidenomics, right?
And
2 + 3 = 7. That's a good one, right?
And the girl was a champion boxer from Italy, remember? She got up first round. He hit her, boom, with a left. A left, for those, everybody here knows about. But a left, Lisa knows better than anybody. But a left is defense. He goes, boom.
It's Trump going off script, that's all.
She walked to the
It's
corner,
Trump.
remember? She didn't go down, but she did everything else. But she said, I've never been hit like that before. I don't want to go out again. You can do it. You can do it. Bang. She walked off. She said, he happened to win the gold medal, that young woman. He won the gold medal. There were 2 transition people. They both won gold medals. The whole thing is ridiculous. You have policy on your side. They don't have policy on your side. Right? You have policy. And I saw this guy fighting like hell. The swimming records is ridiculous when you look at the swimming, any records. It's crazy. And it's so demeaning to women. Women are the, and for a long time, they refused to talk about it. They were embarrassed to talk about it. Now they do talk about it. They talk about it openly. But they have the worst policy on everything, open borders. We want open borders. They still want an open border. We did the greatest job ever on borders. And, I think they forgot it. My guy said to me today, I have a great guy, Ross. He's the greatest speechwriter. He said, sir, let's not mention the border. Nobody cares about the border anymore. Can you believe it? This was the biggest, thing there was. Just to me, nobody
My
cares about
black
the
background making
because it
what
has
is he
to
talking
show
about? Me being black,
I fixed
liking
the
Trump and
border.
his policies.
I fixed it in
Me
my
being
first
black had
term.
nothing to do with it. I'm an
But
American.
now I really had to fix it. It was
I
much
have common
worse,
sense.
when I
Democrat
gave it to
Party is a party of the
millions and
KKK,
millions of
the
people
party that kept pushing
pouring into
slavery
our
when it
country.
came down to
And
the
I
Civil
fixed it,
War.
and my guy was
I'm not gonna go for
incredible.
that
Says,
party.
People don't want to hear it, sir.
I know
You've
what a
done
woman
that.
is.
The problem
The
is
Democrat
people
Party know
forget
what a
that I
woman
did
is.
it. They totally forget. They were talking about the other day. We don't
And
like
stop
Donald
killing the
Trump with
babies.
this. We don't
Kill the
like Donald
rapists.
Trump with that.
Don't kill the
And
baby.
somebody just out of the blue said, well, he did an
Get an
unbelievable
abortion.
job. Who cares about that?
Get an adoption, not an
Exactly.
abortion.
You
Get
know,
an
that's what
adoption, not
What do
no
we do
abortion.
about that, Mike? Everything you do, it's almost like what have you done lately is
Shit
what you
like
have to run
America.
your life. In
That's
other words, I
funny.
could have the most unbelievable.
Democrat Party never switched. Stop saying that. There's no such thing as they
switch.
switch.
I'm not allowed
The people
to
who
run.
voted,
I'm
they
not sure.
switched.
Is there
The party never
a little
switched.
something out there that I'm not allowed to run? But let's assume I was allowed to run. I could have.
Well, I know my history.
Constitutional movement. No, I could have the most unbelievable 4 years. Everything was great, but in the last week, I made a little slip up in something, and you lose the election. It's like, so we can't let them forget that we did such a great job on the border. By the way, Venezuela, everyone, they're marching in the streets. They love it, except in New York. I mean, where they find these people?
Why we being screwed for Tampon Tim and Kamala Harris in?
These people are a mess. I know it's not.
Kamala
nice to
Harris
say
had a
that.
$1 billion
These people are a mess. Where did
Kamala
they
had
find
a
these
$1 billion
people?
campaign. $1 billion campaign. Now she went $20 million in debt. Tampon Tim,
They got
$9 billion
hats that
in the
are all
state lost.
frayed, they're
Stop
all-
it,
they
y'all.
look like they're all paid. They don't even know what they're talking. When the reporters don't interview them because they know that
Right, nobody
the
switch.
reporters, the press is so anti. It's hard to believe the press could be so anti because it's all common sense. It's not we're conservative, whatever. Doesn't matter. We're all common sense people. It's not even conservative. It's common sense. But the press has no credibility whatsoever. Think of it. I got 97% bad stories on one network, 93% on the other, and I won in a landslide. You know what that means? The press has no credibility. That's all it means. And we got to keep it that way. So I don't talk too much about the swimming, the weightlifting, the boxing. I don't talk about it. You know why? I want to start bringing it up about a week before the election because I don't want them to correct themselves. I don't want them to say, we've decided that we don't want to have men playing in women's sports. That'd be a devastating blow for us.
Okay, really quickly, I just want to jump in here really quickly because this is so important. He's about to go off teleprompter too. I mean, he's pretty much been off teleprompter the entire time, but this is where he kind of addresses and really starts dropping some unbridled truths, some really tough, hard-knock truths that this GOP needs to hear. But I just want to say this really quickly. I mean, this guy, he is a builder, an innovator. He has done so much. He has loved America his entire life. He's the exact opposite, the antithesis of LeBron James, who has profited off of our beautiful republic, made hundreds of millions of dollars, and then desecrates our flag, sits down when the national anthem is playing, disrespects America at every turn. President Trump loves America. He's charismatic. He's a negotiator, the likes we've never seen. He's the Michael Jordan of deal making. And the problem is he's speaking to a bunch of people, okay? And I put Mike Johnson in there too. I put Thune in there. These guys are swamp vermin DC fat cats who are almost exactly the same as the Democrats, except it's just a different swamp species. It's really quite sad. He said something so poignant. Let me look at you guys. He said something so poignant just now. He said, "This isn't Republican. This isn't right or left. This isn't conservative or liberal. This is common sense." Not, well, I've said this a million times myself. Not wanting men in women's bathrooms and locker rooms is a conservative policy. What? Not having our mothers, daughters, or sisters, or grandmothers, or wives violated.
Today, we'll focus on a little known fact about the Great Switch, how the Republican and Democratic parties flipped ideologies. You're about to learn fascinating information, so make sure to stay till the end.
Just
The
hold on right
Democratic
quick.
and Republican parties have not always had the same ideals that they have today. In fact, America's two dominant political parties have essentially flipped ideologies in the time since they were founded. The Democratic Party was founded in 1828, while the Republican Party dates back to 1854. In its early years, the Republican Party was considered quite liberal, while the Democrats were known for staunch conservatism. This is the exact opposite of how each party would be described today. This change did not happen overnight, however. Instead, it was a slow set of changes and policies that caused the Great Switch. At the outbreak of the Civil War, Republicans controlled the majority of northern states. The party sought to expand the United States, encourage settlement of the West, and help to fund the Transcontinental Railroad and state universities. Additionally, because of growing tension over slavery, many Republicans became abolitionists who argued against slavery. Democrats represented a range of views, but shared a commitment to Thomas Jefferson's concept of an agrarian, farming society. They viewed the central government as the enemy of individual liberty. Because most Democrats were in southern states, they fought to keep slavery legal. As the war came to a close, the Republican Party controlled the government and used its power to protect formerly enslaved people and guarantee them civil rights.
Hello.
This included the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, which won Republicans the loyalty and vote of America's black population. Unsurprisingly, most Democrats disapproved of these measures. However, a change had begun in the Republican Party following the Civil War. Northern industrialists had grown rich from the war, and many entered politics afterwards. These new wealthy politicians did not see much sense in supporting the rights of Black Americans when the nation was still largely white. By the 1870s, many in the Republican Party felt that they had done enough for Black citizens and stopped all efforts to reform the southern states. The South was left to the white Democrats and their oppressive policies towards Black citizens after the Compromise of 1877 ended Reconstruction. With the end of Reconstruction, the Solid South voted for Democratic presidential candidates for the next 44 years. Almost 60 years later, the Great Depression became a catalyst for a massive political shakeup. The Republican Party had continued to be dominated by wealthy businessmen, which meant that they had come to favor laissez-faire policies that supported big business. These policies were effective when the economy was booming, but were disastrous when it wasn't. When the economy crashed in 1929, the Republican president, Herbert Hoover, opted not to intervene, earning him and his party the ire of the American public. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a Democrat, sensed the need for change. He campaigned on a promise of government intervention, financial assistance, and concern for the welfare of the people. He won the 1932 election by a landslide. It was FDR's campaign policies that caused a major shift in party ideologies. Republicans opposed everything about FDR's government. Primarily, they saw the growth of large government as harmful to the Federalist foundation of the nation. This too has come to define the ideals of the Republican Party. Race and equality began to return to the center of politics in the 1950s and 1960s. Race did not necessarily fall into a party viewpoint at this point. Instead, it was more of a regional issue. Southern Democrats and Republicans both opposed the early civil rights movement, while Northern Democrats and Republicans began to support legislation as the movement picked up steam. In 1964, Democratic President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law. In the 1964 election, Republican candidate Barry Goldwater publicly opposed the new law, arguing that it expanded the power of the federal government to a dangerous level. It was this argument that led to a final, decisive switch. Black voters, who had historically been loyal to the Republican Party because of the 1866 Civil Rights Act, had already been switching to the Democratic Party. However, upon hearing Goldwater's argument against the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the majority of Black voters left the Republican Party in favor of the Democrats. They saw the Democratic Party as advocates for equality and justice, while the Republicans were too concerned with keeping the status quo in America. As the 60s and 70s continued, Democrats saw reform in other places, such as abortion and school prayer. White Southern Democrats began to resent how much the Democratic Party was intervening into the rights of the people. By the 1980s, white Southern Democrats had become Republicans, and the majority of the South was now Republican. The Republican Party now is solidly conservative, while the Democratic Party is the liberal one. The story of the Great Switch is a testament to the ever-changing nature of politics and the power of the American electorate to shape the direction of the nation. Join us next time as we delve into another chapter of America's political history. Thank you for watching The Great Switch, how the Republican and Democratic parties...
Huh? Actually enforcing the law is a Republican initiative policy now? Actually having a border that is closed, that doesn't let in every lunatic, terrorist, gangster, rapist, murderer into our country, is suddenly a conservative measure? What? When did that happen? What the hell is going on here? The reason I'm getting so impassioned.
Right, it never switched. In the beginning, little snippets you saw, you just, it said what you said, but I can play the whole video all the way out.
My fellow Americans,
The party never switched.
if we lose the House, if we lose the Senate because we have this feckless, spineless, I'm more irritated. I can almost say, as much as I despise the Hippocrats, aka the Democrats, I'm just as, if not more, livid with this feckless, spineless, gutless GOP who've done nothing. Give me one accomplishment that this GOP has. Well, we're opening up an investigation. You know what we're going to do? We're going to subpoena people and bring them in front of we're going to have a hearing. Nobody gives a shit about your hearing anymore. We want action. We want voter ID instituted for all states in our union. We want same-day elections. We want voter ID. We want no mail-in ballots. We want it to be a national holiday. End the filibuster. End the 60 Senate vote cloture.
The ideology. The ideology. That's what we keep saying.
Because if you don't end the filibuster, if you don't engage in America First agenda, which we voted for, Trump represents the people. It was over 77 million. I'm convinced. There's no way in a billion years you can convince me that Biden got more votes than Trump. No way in a million years. And by the way, Kamala didn't win one. You can look this up yourself. Didn't win one single state that required voter ID. If we get some balls, by the way, Obama ended the filibuster in 2013, as did a lot of other presidents, as did a lot of other administrations. This is not new. This is not unprecedented. But these guys lack balls. We have the greatest leader of our beautiful, glorious constitutional republic since maybe Theodore Roosevelt, since maybe Abraham Lincoln, dare I say. Teddy was my favorite president of all time. I mean, I loved Lincoln, the creator of the Republican Party. I love Teddy. I love Teddy's balls. We might actually have somebody who is an amalgamation, a composite of the greatest leaders this country's ever seen, a true son, a true patriot son of the founding father vision of America. And we're going to blow it. We're going to blow it because of this swamp vermin who's never built anything, never done anything. They have no fight in them. That we need fight. We need balls. And it makes me deeply sad. And not only are we fighting foreign adversaries, we're fighting China, who's trying to geopolitically position themselves in so many different ways across our hemisphere, Eastern Hemisphere, Southern, North. We've got North Korea, which is constantly causing stress. They just had a brand new ballistic missile test recently. We got Russia because Putin is the least trustworthy rat on the ship, I would say. We've got the Ayatollahs who should not be in power. The rightful ruler should be the Shah and the Shah's son. They should restore the monarchy there because Iran was a huge ally of the United States and stabilize the region, stabilize the entire Middle East. We've had more chaos. Everything Islam touches turns to absolute garbage. If we don't get this right, if we lose the House, if we lose the Senate, it's all over. So Nez, what do you want us to do? Keep watching these videos, keep tapping that thumbs up, right to every single representative and senator that's in this GOP retreat, that's a Republican.
Good one, Mark.
Has any sway. You have to make it happen. Localized level, do everything in your power. The best thing you can do right now is to tap the thumbs up and share this with everybody and watch to the end. But it just deeply saddens me. Not only are we fighting foreign adversaries, I mean, ruthless foreign adversaries, we're fighting a media that is absolutely anti-American. We're fighting a media that is consumed with TDS. And we're fighting lazy bums in the GOP. Because I guarantee you, One thing about the Democrats, okay? One thing about the Democrats that maybe supersedes every other party is their ruthlessness.
Come on, Graham, give you
They
another
have
one, man.
no shame. These are the same people that were literally looking.
You've probably heard the notion that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party switched. However, it's a lot more complicated than that. Currently, the Republican Party is the more conservative party, associated with things like limited government, states' rights, while the Democratic Party is the more liberal or progressive party, associated with things like social safety nets, equality, diversity. But it wasn't always like this. Originally, the Republican Party was the party of big government. You see, in the 1860s, during and after the Civil War, the Republican Party was strongly in support of funding big government projects, such as the Transcontinental Railroad, the state university system, and the settlement of the American West. The biggest project the Republicans were in support of was actually Reconstruction, which was all about the protection and empowerment of newly freed African Americans after the Civil War. The Democratic Party was the complete opposite. The Democrats originally were the small government party. They believed in less government intervention with the economy and also states' rights. As a result, the Democrats were the party that actually supported slavery, and obviously they fought the Republicans tooth and nail when it came to Reconstruction policies after the Civil War. This also meant that most Southerners would vote for the Democratic Party for about a solid century after the Civil War. All of this started to change at the end of the 19th century. You see, Northern Republicans became very wealthy during and after the Civil War, so they began to push the Republican Party into a party that favored the rich. But the Democrats were going in the opposite direction. They started to favor a bigger government that could help the working class, particularly after a string of economic depressions in the 1880s and 1890s. This party switch in ideology was set in stone by the 1920s. Republican presidents like Calvin Coolidge and Herbert Hoover were greatly opposed to using the government to interfere in the affairs of business. In fact, Herbert Hoover, who was president when the Great Depression first started, refused to use the powers of the federal government to give people aid during that crisis. But Democratic President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who first came to office in 1933, was the exact opposite. Franklin D. Roosevelt greatly expanded the size and scope of the federal government to provide recovery and relief during the Great Depression. So by the 1940s, the Republicans were largely a small government party, becoming more and more conservative, and the Democrats were largely a big government party that was growing more and more. And they've been pretty much the same ever since. You've probably heard the notion.
You and tell you to your face that the border is secure while our sons and daughters are being unalived left and right by criminal illegals. These are the same people who are look you straight in the eye and say commercial driver's licenses to illegals? No, we're not doing that. While these CDL drivers, these illegals, are running and mowing down American motorists across California and beyond. This is a ruthless band of thugs. And as Machiavelli said, you gotta fight fire with fire. You have to play the game. If you want to be polite and be nice and everything's Pollyanna, no, we need balls. We need a little ruthlessness. Of course, we don't devalue or divest ourselves of our ethics and values, but we gotta punch. And I mean that metaphorically. I don't mean get violent. We have to show gumption. We have to show resolve. We need action. As the great Theodore Roosevelt, my favorite president since Trump, said, get action, get sane. That's the key. Movement. Get off your asses, GOP. Okay, let's listen to this.
Because that's, they said it's an 80-20. No. It's about a 98-2 issue. We've decided that we will not have open borders with the entire world. From the Congo, prisoners from the Congo. These are extraordinarily tough people. These are people that make our motorcycle gangs look like fine young men. Okay? Our motorcycle gangs are wonderful people by comparison. No, they come in from prisons in the Congo. They come in from prisons from all over the world, but in particular Venezuela, Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua comes in, and Tren de Aragua, they say it's the worst gang in the world. It makes our gangs look like little sweethearts. It makes our gangs, you want to take them out to dinner, they're so nice. They cut off the fingers of people. One guy makes a phone call in Colorado. The governor stinks in Colorado. He's no control. So Tren de Aragua, they don't want to do anything about it. So ICE has to go in and take them out.
So the video just claimed and showed you and said that Democratic Party is a party that voted and wanted to continue slavery. So why in the hell would you keep voting for some party that wants to continue slavery? Come on, man.
They come in.
Come on, Gwen.
Do you call the police? This is Trendera.
That's crazy.
Talking to the man that owns the building.
You gonna vote for a party that wanted slavery?
Boom, they cut off his fingers.
Okay.
If you call him again, the next time your hand comes off. Can you believe the guy's walking around, his fingers were cut off. And these are the animals that we're throwing the hell out of here. Washington, D.C. is now the safest city in the country. And
The Republicans was up north. South was all Democrat South. They just said it. The Democrat was a small party out south, down south. The Republicans all north.
You know, we had a terror attack 4 weeks ago. And one person's looking down from heaven, and the other one is actually recuperating and gonna make it, I think, but really badly hurt. Really badly hurt. Most positive mother I've ever known. My son's gonna be fine, sir. The mother was telling me that the night of the attack, I went just like I went to you. I spoke to this incredible woman.
They didn't say they switched. They said they focused on more on one policy than the other. That's all they said. The ideology switched. The people decided to switch more on poor. The Republicans fixed more on, the rich.
It's amazing, actually. So maybe some really bad. Looks like he could be okay. He's going to have pretty bad after effects. But that was a terrorist attack on people that are doing a great job, and it could have been anywhere. But we haven't had a murder. You know, we would have on average 2 murders a week in Washington. I don't even like talking about it. Two murders a week in Washington D.C. We haven't had one in 7 months. People can walk out now. You can walk down with your wife down to the restaurants, which are booming, by the way. I mean, if you go back to before I got in, and we did a pretty good job 4 years ago, but there was never this, you know, in my first term. So when we were during the first term, we were pretty good, but you know, it wasn't like that big of an issue. It became a big issue because people were being mugged all over the place. We had a couple of people working in the White House that were killed. We had one guy waiting for his wife in a car. They said, "Get out of your car." He said, "Well, I'm waiting for my wife." They blew his head off. The wife is walking up to the car. Animals. And then they get angry when I say, "They're animals." Nancy Pelosi, "They're not animals. They're human beings." No, they're not. This is another thing. That's a 98-2 issue also. No, they're animals, and we've taken them out. We've took out over 2,000 people, brought them back to their countries from where they came, or they're in prison now in Washington. Because that's just like you have to take the bad ones out. 2%, 3% of the population causes 90% of the crime. Think of it. 2% of the population in Washington, D.C. causes 90% of the crime. So when you get rid of the 2%, we took out over 2,000 people, got them out of the country or in prison. Some were so bad that we didn't want to send them back to their countries because they'll come back in, even though it's hard now, but you know, they're pretty smart. They're sick, but they're smart.
You missed every part of the video that I was showing and getting at.
In the country. It's a good
That's
thing.
cool.
You can walk to the restaurants. Restaurants are booming. New restaurants are open. They were all closing. You wouldn't have had a restaurant. And I don't know about you, but to me, those soldiers standing there look so good. I'm not going to feel safe walking down the street without them. I don't think you would either. Even though, you know, we took out so many criminals, I just feel better. To me, they're beautiful. I look at these soldiers and you feel safe. You feel safe. I don't think if we took them out, even if the crime wasn't much, it would definitely be more. We did a great job in Chicago. They don't want to talk about it. We, you know, against all this slob of a governor, this stupid slob, who's the family threw him out of the business. It was a dope, and the Pritzker family, but they threw him out of the business. And the mayor, he's a low IQ person, extremely low IQ. We should give everybody like these competency tests, right? The cognitive, they call it cognitive. You know, the only president that went for cognitive. I think every president and vice president should be forced to take cognitive exams, mental tests, like, are they intelligent? Would it be nice? Do you think Walz could pass a cognitive test as an exam? Do you think Kamala could? I don't think Gavin could. He's got a good line of crap, but other than that, he couldn't pass. I mean, here's a guy didn't want to have water coming down from the Pacific Northwest. Why? You know, they have a little tiny fish this big. It's little tiny fish, not doing well. You know what? No water. They're sending water. It's too much. It's killing the fish, so they cut it off, and then they have 25,000 houses burned down. They don't know why. No, I think I believe in it. I'm the only one that took a cognitive test. I do it's the worst. If I don't do a medical exam, because I've had times where I went longer, because I'm busy. If I don't do a medical exam, they say, Trump's not doing an exam. There must be something wrong with him. If I do the exam, they say, why did he do this? Why did he do this part of an exam? He did too much. There's something wrong with him. Do you remember there was a period, Mike, where I had 32 days in a row. I did one press conference, 2, 3, sometimes 4. I do behind the desk. I don't even just do it. I do press conferences, but I do many press conferences. So in 32 days, and then one day, just one day. This is 32 days in a row. Must be some kind of a crazy record. Then one day, do you remember I didn't do one? Because I took Kai, my very brilliant golfer, beautiful young lady who swings the club so beautifully. She's a great scratch golfer and loves playing. Grandpa, would you take me to play golf? So I ran, I play golf at like record. I play speed golf. It's better than mine. You know the expression? Miss it quick. No, I play speed golf, but I'm a good golfer. Everybody knows. Anybody that I've beaten in this group. But I love to play golf, but I don't get to play much. But I took off 2 hours, and the press couldn't find me. But they knew I was there because they follow me. And I was getting, are you okay? Guys are calling me up. Some of the guys in this room. Sir, are you okay? Yeah, what's the problem? There's a report, sir, that you're no longer with us. Remember that? No. The report was that I don't want to use the D word. That's such a horrible word. Dead. I don't like. There's a report, sir, that you're no longer with us. I said, well, I just hit a 280-yard drive. This isn't bad. And, it's one of the, and it took me a couple of weeks to get that one straightened out. The new one is they did a report in the fake news New York Times where I worked this day from early in the morning till late in the evening, but we don't give out a full schedule. It's like, who the hell wants to give out a schedule to these people? But it's all work. And this, in particular, this day was brutal. I never got to leave the seat. You couldn't do anything. It was just one after another. And this went on from early in the morning till late in the evening. And my people gave out a report. He had lunch. They show a report, lunch with somebody. And they did a story. Donald Trump is slowing down. He only had lunch. And then he went back up. And they said, that's malfeasance, right? No, it's terrible. I was actually more angry with my people than I was with the New York Times. But they wrote a story. And it takes you a period of time to recover from these hits. And it's almost no matter what you do, but you have to keep a positive eye. But we have a fake press. We did a thing that's so incredible on medicine that nobody has ever done it. Reducing favored nations, most favored nations, we reduced the cost of medicine at levels that have never even been dreamt of before. We should win the elections on just that thing if we did nothing else and went home, go home. We did favored nations where we're bringing down the price of a pill. As an example, in London, the pill sells for $10. In New York, it sells for $130. That's 13 times as much. Most favored is I want to pay what the lowest nation in the world is paying. Everybody knew about it, but nobody had the guts or the stamina to do it, or the respect from other nations. But I do.
All right, Dan, you want something different? I'll give you something different.
Reverse fraud in human history.
How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer?
They have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And how have you seen the weaponization of the word racist and Islamophobe take power here?
Here in Minnesota, potentially the largest fraud to ever happen in America is happening right now, as billions of dollars has been laundered and funneled and given to Somali-ran businesses here inside of Minnesota, all across the state. I'm here in Minneapolis right now, and I'm meeting with the man who's been doing his own research for years, as he's been speculating this fraud, as he's seen it blatantly inside of his neighborhoods in the areas that he calls home.
We already had the oil already.
The man who has done everything possible to expose the fraud, and now let's get into the interview.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
I don't know about it. How come they said this building was closed?
There's a lot of fraud happening here in Minnesota. You've been living here for years now. How bad is this fraud?
So I was born in Minneapolis a long time ago. I've lived my whole life here, and my opinion is that this is the worst fraud in human history. What is occurring in Minnesota, and more specifically in the Twin Cities right now?
How much money do you think has been sent around fraudulently here inside Minnesota?
Over the years, I would say anywhere from 80 to 100 billion dollars.
Right now, the big controversy is with Tim Walz and his government and the fraud that they've allowed to happen within the Somalian community. Right behind us is Cedar Riverside, a location where it is very densely populated with Somalians. How have Somalians gotten into the system to fraud the American taxpayer?
Well, so that complex you're seeing behind there, I attended the University of Minnesota, and in the area we're on right now, this is the West Bank, and it was always called the West Bank, and it was sort of the place to be when you're in college, and that was all student housing, 100% of that building you see in the background.
I live up north. I live in I'm from Chicago, but I live in
And I
Rockford.
can tell you confidently,
All the Confederate flags are south, or down south.
they don't pay for their food, they don't pay for their vehicles, and on top of that, they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fraudulent companies set up, and they're sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota.
And how are they sucking billions of dollars out of the state of Minnesota?
Well, one example would be with the hundreds of child care facilities that they have set up. And on every one that I visited, and I've been to maybe 100 of them or more, I never, ever have seen one child at any facilities ever over the past 7 years, 8 years.
What are the businesses that are being used to fraud the taxpayer here in Minnesota? You have the daycares. What are all of them?
So you have child care, you have adult daycare, you have in-home health care, you have straight health care, and nobody really knows how that's defined. And then you have transportation, non-emergency medical transportation. And if you do a search, you'll see that the state of Minnesota says they have 1,020 non-emergency medical transportation companies. And my research is showing that 95% of those are Somali owned. And what I know is that the people writing the checks at the state of Minnesota never, ever, ever verify that any trip was ever made, or that any appointment was ever made with a dentist, chiropractor, or anything.
And so these people are able to start up these businesses and then immediately get funds from the government?
Yes, so interestingly that you bring up licensing, because another area of fraud that I exposed was all of these autism centers, because I would drive around the Twin Cities. I said, well, there's another autism center. I said, what's going on with all this autism? Is there something in the water? And then I started to look at, well, who owns these autism centers? And virtually 99% of them were owned by Somalis.
And is there an autism outbreak here in Minnesota right now?
There is not. But to open an autism center, you do not need a license.
And so people are claiming their children are autistic to receive money from the government.
Yes.
And the government, underneath Tim Walz's leadership, they're not going in and investigating and doing their due diligence to say, maybe we shouldn't give this company this company $1 million.
Well, so what's happening is there have been some sporadic inspections done at these facilities, and I have records of some of these inspections. And one inspection, they'll get 11 violations. A child care facility with 11 violations, that is bad. I mean, unsanitary conditions, broken furniture, no play area for the children. And so they write these things in their report, but then they never follow up to make sure. They never physically revisit the site to make sure that any of those violations are corrected.
Buddy, let me tell you something. That X is a Christian symbol. That X is Andrew up on that cross. Because Andrew knew that the first three words of Christ's name in Greek meant it was an honorable thing. If you didn't know how to read, write your name, you put an X on the paper because it was a Christian symbol. Don't you come around here telling me about what Beauregard and his men did. They had the stars and bars because they believed that you Yankee friends hijacked the stars and stripes. And it looked so much alike in a battle when one of them, their third men was shooting on their own men. And when the Southern men chose this flag, they knew it was a Christian symbol. So don't come around just lying on my flag.
What they accept is documentation from the center that they've made the corrections.
So at the end of the day, they're able to violate certain guidelines, yet they still receive money somehow. How is there not somebody inside the state who's saying, okay, we're seeing this fraud happen, let's maybe not just continue to give money to these people?
So you've probably heard the term Minnesota Nice before, which back in the old times, in the old days, it meant something. Now it's actually a curse upon us because the people here, the majority of the people, they're afraid of their own shadows. I'm an outcast because I'm exposing this fraud. I'm telling the truth. My family has basically disowned me because of all of this fraud that I've uncovered, and I've been called a racist, an Islamophobe, white supremacist, Nazi, all these things. I said, look, everything that I talk about is verified. I've gone to Washington, D.C. over the years. I said, look, this fraud is out of control. This is approaching $100 billion. And now you see the U.S. attorney, they started with the Feeding Our Future, $250 million. I said, no, that's amateur hour. Then they said it's $1 billion. Now, just today, the U.S. attorney held a press conference and said the fraud is possibly as much as $18 billion, but we don't really know what period of time. And I'm telling you, it's way more than that. You have transportation, autism, childcare, daycare, healthcare, and nobody knows what's healthcare because they're not healthcare providers. So what is the healthcare? They have in-home healthcare.
And so what's the need, for example, for 1,200 transportation companies inside of Minnesota? What's the need for that many transportation?
Well, there isn't. There isn't. You're talking about getting a ride. You already have services that are provided. You have Metro Mobility that offers free rides to seniors and low-income people. And so to have that many non-emergency medical transportation companies, it's not possible that they can transport that many people. I have been to many of these transportation companies, and I've been time-stamping my photographs for a whole year at one facility in Minneapolis, and those vans in that parking lot have not moved 1 inch in an entire year. They're all still sitting there.
And so when you think about it, you have, with the transportation companies, you have the adult care centers. So are they working hand in hand together to then say, we're getting the services from them, the adult daycare centers, to then transport them to their appointments?
So my feeling is this transportation deal is kind of the belly of the beast because you also have these charter schools, and there's a school in North Minneapolis called Bonadier Academy. It's a K through 12 school. So that's K through 12.
Thank you.
13 years. 13
Like and subscribe.
classes,
Thank
right?
you.
And they say they have 150 students. I found data that they have 136. So that's 10 people per class. If that's it, how is that possible? And they're getting somewhere around $20 to $30 million a year for what?
So 130 students, they're receiving around $20 million.
Or more. Yes.
A lot of these schools are.
Yes.
The fraud here is like exuberant amount of numbers as to how much they're actually enabling to happen here. We went to a fraud committee, and you saw the people. I even confronted one of the ladies myself, and she started to blame the fraud and deflecting it upon how there's fraud everywhere. And she didn't take any accountability. She didn't take responsibility. In fact, she blamed Trump for the fraud that's been happening here inside of Minnesota.
Right. So Kristen Robbins is the chairwoman of the fraud committee, and she was attacked by that Democrat member you were just talking about for not telling that committee about all this fraud. Well, the law says in Minnesota that if you are an elected or public official and you are aware of fraud or suspected fraud, it's Minnesota Statute 3.971, Subdivision 9, that you must report that fraud or suspected fraud immediately to the Office of the Legislative Auditor, the OLA, and then the OLA decides which law enforcement agency to refer the complaint to.
And they failed to do that.
No, Kristen Robbins did that. She said, I reported it to the OLA, and the Democrat, she had no idea how things work in Minnesota. She was just so enraged about all this fraud getting exposed.
Because they don't want to take accountability, because the fraud is so blatant. You can go to any of these daycare centers. There are no children anywhere.
Last Saturday, I was in front of the governor's mansion, and I was attacked by 3 Somali men. It's on camera. I made a 911 call. Nobody came to help me. The week before that, I fought off a knife attack. And these people are very violent, and people are afraid of them. The police are even afraid of them. And the police chief is out there telling the public, if you see an ICE agent, call 911. I mean, it's insanity. It's just pure evil. I mean, it's...
Now, let's directly talk about the Somali population because, for instance, you get attacked by 3 Somalians, the police don't come, they're told to call police, they see ICE. How come Somalians have been able to get such a strong foothold here inside of Minnesota, specifically here in Minneapolis?
The reason is
What's up, Tommy?
the Somali community is a closed community. What I mean by that is they do not talk to
Good morning. Good
outsiders,
morning.
and they are ruled with an iron fist by the Somali mafia. And one of those guys is the guy who just got convicted of $7.2 million of fraud, a unanimous jury verdict, and Judge Sarah West overturned the verdict.
Shit, chilling.
That was my discovery of all that fraud. I'm the one who got that guy brought before the jury, and then they find him guilty, and they let him go. And now you have Keith Ellison who says he's going to appeal the verdict. Well, he's a Muslim. He's going to find a way to screw it up.
So even if they are committed for fraud, that guy, he's committed for how much?
7.2 is what the unanimous jury verdict, 7.2 million.
And then they just went ahead and released him.
The judge overturned the verdict. He's walking free as we speak, still collecting money from the state. And it's federal money too. So we need the feds to come in here because this is not all state money. There's federal money that's involved here, and it's way beyond anybody's imagination, the total amount. The state doesn't even know. The feds don't even know.
And so, for instance, why would that judge bow down to the head of the Somali mafia?
It's taxpayers' money. It's our money. That's why they spend. They take that money, send it overseas.
And what they say is if you do something to go against our community, we're going to vote for, and they all vote together, and there's ballot harvesting, I've seen them do it, that we're going to vote for your opponent unless you do what we tell you to do.
And so it's all purely for votes.
Yes.
And so this building right here, Cedar Riverside, major, massive apartment complex. How many Somalis do you think live in there, for instance?
Well, this is just one complex. You've got 20 more just like this around the Twin Cities, and they're all Somali. You're talking probably 100,000 or more people, and they're all living rent-free. They're driving a vehicle that you paid for. They're eating food that you paid for. Everything they do is something that you paid for.
And for instance, that entire block will then go and vote for one specific candidate.
They'll have one person go there and collect all the ballots, and nobody tracks. They could say they have 9 people living in an apartment. They're going to send them 9 ballots. And then they have someone who comes along, collects all the ballots, and they fill them out, and then they deliver them all to the ballot box or wherever they deliver them all at once. There's no verification. Nobody's doing anything to know if these people are even citizens that are voting.
And how well have they integrated into society here?
Not at all. It's either you do things their way or you're a racist, you're an Islamophobe, and you will be attacked. My life's been threatened many times. I've had people tell me, just stop doing what you're doing. They're gonna take you out. And I can't do it because everybody says somebody ought to do something about that. I'm that somebody. I'm the guy who's doing something about it.
What led you to want to do this, where you're so passionate about it, where you've done your own investigation?
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Thank you guys.
Whistleblower. Thankfully, you're a whistleblower in your own way, as far as you're coming out with the information, with the numbers. When we went to all the daycare centers, you had the numbers specifically as to how much money these people have been receiving at these daycares, and there wasn't a single daycare inside of the Minneapolis-St. Paul area that wasn't receiving at least $1 million.
Yeah, so we hit 3 of the top, and so when you're talking about money going to the daycare, we were looking just specifically at CCAP money, which is Child Care Assistance Payments. And the one daycare we went to on Chicago Avenue that said they had 102 children, they got $3.6 million in fiscal year 2025. And in 2024, they got $2.8 million. And how many kids did we see there? 0. In fact, we didn't see a single child in any of the child care facilities. And that's the way they all are every single day.
And I want to keep going in about how Somalia has gained such a stronghold of this area of Minnesota. They're building mosques block to block in St. Cloud. That's just about an hour away from Minneapolis. And here in Minneapolis and St. Paul and the Twin Cities, you have entire apartment complexes where there are not a single white Caucasian living inside.
Right.
And then you also have, I've heard in Rochester, it's pretty bad as well. But how did they come in and then expand to the point where they kicked out everybody from a college area to where the point where they have now the apartment complex? How have they expanded so much here inside of Twin Cities areas?
It's because they all stick together. They all sing the racist Islamophobe mantra over and over and over. They'll lie. They'll say you assaulted them. They'll do all these things until eventually they force people out. Right up the road from us is Palmer's Bar. It opened in 1906. I used to go there because you could drink when you were underage, and I went to the U of M and said, hey, you can have a beer. And that place was legendary. And what happened was the residents who live in that building right behind us filed so many false reports against patrons of that bar and the bar itself that the city went to the owners of Palmer's Bar and said, look, you either shut down voluntarily or we're going to drag you through and we're going to make you spend a lot of money and we're still going to shut you down. So that bar has been shut down, and now they're going to turn it into what? Another mosque.
So you push out what used to be Minnesota staples, such as Palmer's Bar, and now that bar is turning into a mosque.
And there's a mansion over on 24th and Park Avenue, a historic building. They bought that. They're turning that into a mosque. They're building another brand new mosque not far away. And it's like when you're in a dream and there's something really bad happening to you and you're screaming and all these people are walking by and nobody hears you. That's what I live every day. That's my life every day. But I'm committed to doing what I can to end this. I just want it to stop.
And how have you seen the weaponization of the word racist and Islamophobe take power here?
It's incredibly powerful, and all I can describe it as evil. It is an evil that has taken hold here, and it's permeated all of our society. And the people in Minnesota, they just want to stick their head in the sand and pretend it doesn't. Somebody will do something about it. They don't have to do anything, or it's not going to affect them. And they don't. In their mind, they want to redecorate the upstairs bedroom when there's a massive crack in the foundation that's allowing all this water and dirt and everything to get in there. And they're worried about the upstairs bedroom. It's insanity.
And real quick break from the interview to tell you guys about the sponsor of this video, Opus Clip. What used to just be an AI editor has now become the most powerful AI growth tool for creators and businesses. Over 10 million creators and businesses have started to use Opus Clip, and it's helped them gain over 60 billion views. It's super simple to use. All you do is you upload a YouTube video or upload a video into Opus Clip, and it'll come out tons of viral videos for you to choose from. I even had my friend start using Opus, and he had just around 100 followers, and within a few videos, he was able to get a video that was racist.
Yeah, it was a farmer with a plow horse. That's racist. Why? Because it's somebody working? That's racism.
Tim Waltz is an interesting man. He's enabled a lot of this fraud to happen underneath him. Was the fraud happening before Tim Waltz as well?
Well, likely yes, it was, because he's going for his third term as governor. So Tim Walz is from Nebraska. He was a teacher. He lied about getting a Nebraska Chamber of Commerce award. He lied about his military service. Everybody knows. And he's scared to death now that this fraud has been exposed, and he's scrambling. And he has a press conference on gun control. I go, what do you, gun control? You got $100 billion of fraud. You're going to talk about people not walking around with machine guns? I mean, what is this? The 1920s?
And inside the apartment complexes, not just Cedar Riverside, how do they force, because this one right here, you only see Somalians. How do they force any other race, white, Asian, black, Mexican, how do they make it so that these apartment complexes are only...
I'm quiet. Let the show do it talking. I'm gonna talk over the show. That's the whole point. I'm gonna talk and join in when I need to, but I want you guys to interact. I'm gonna interact with you guys. Either I'm gonna type
They file
or I'm gonna
false
speak.
complaints, multiple complaints against someone until they're evicted. The city will come in if it's a
Oh yeah,
city
Paul, much
building,
love.
if it's income housing,
Ultra
they'll
MAGA.
evict that person, and then the Somali moves in. And that's how they've been doing it all around the Twin Cities. Folks, I'm just telling you, as bad as you think it is, it's
I already
10 times
Googled it.
worse.
He had to pay $2 million
You'll
to
never
8
see anything like
charities,
this.
and he
If you
paid
look at any
the
country around
$2
world,
million.
You'll never see
What's
anything
going
as bad
on?
as it is right here in Minneapolis.
So for instance, say I were to move inside and got myself an apartment over in Cedar Riverside. and I
Damn,
started
disrespectful to the
listening to music a little
tampons.
too
Wow,
loud, or
wow.
watching a movie too late at night.
Right, Ultra MAGA,
and somebody
baby.
next door had a baby. And they said that was just too much a noise complaint. Would they call you a racist, or how would they get you out of the apartment?
Yeah, they would say you harassed them, you threatened them, you assaulted them. It's something that
Well,
their
according to the New York Times,
mindset is
I
that
guess they saying
don't
he said he
care
admit it was
as long as
misused
they
for his
can get
campaign
their way.
funds,
They
but
don't
either way
care
go,
what
he paid
happens
it
to
back.
anybody else who's not a Somali.
Or he
And
paid it.
they have warring factions within the Somali community.
Happened in
Because this is
2019.
such a cash grab that they're fighting them. There are factions within the Somali community that are fighting amongst each other.
So do you think right now in Somalia, people know if they make
Hey, Glenn, if he fought a charity, there'd be
They'll
a
be
whole
$1
news
million.
conference about it when
Absolutely.
it wasn't.
Everyone knows it's wide open. It's
What's the
wild.
waste?
Because I say $1 million because every place we went to and where we have gone, everything is above $1 million. Like it's not just like a $500,000. It's not just what would be a great salary of $60,000 to $100,000 for a single person. It's literally millions of dollars. It's not a joke when you say that these people are becoming millionaires just from getting money from the government.
So think about it. You get up and you go to work every day and you make 50, 60,000 and you work like crazy. Some of you work two jobs, 3 jobs. They're not working at all. And they're getting new free cars, free housing, free food, everything. It's completely out of control here. I need the federal government to come in here and put a stop to this because the political will in Minnesota is not here to do it.
And because that money that they receive what are they? Are they grants? Are they relief? What are the money that they get? What do they label that as?
Well, so interesting you brought up grants because that's a whole nother, so they have a thing called Minnesota Deeds, DEEDS grants. And I looked at the list of grants that were just issued this year, and they're about 75% Somali owned. So those are more money they're just giving them, and they're not even tracking what's being done with the money. They fill out a form, say, we're gonna use it for this. Nobody follows up. So you've got childcare, you've got transportation.
What are those? What's that money labeled underneath that? So say, for instance, when $1 million is sent to a child care, is that money labeled as what would it be?
Well, it's a number of things. It's CCAP, which is child care assistance payments. It's SNAP benefits. It's learning. So they separate it as learning. So we're learning. So we're not just a child care. We're teaching them something. So there are all these separate payments that are going in. So there's no one label because it's coming in from all these for all these different things, but it's all coming from the Department of Human Services.
And so with that money, say they get the $1 million into the daycare, will they have to pay taxes on that $1 million, or is that tax-free money?
Well, so what's funny is that KSTP just came out and published a story that said Somalis are the economic engine that's driving Minnesota, that they paid $76 million or something in taxes. I just laughed. I said, they're an economic benefit to Minnesota. But that's what I'm fighting every day is a media that is completely on the Somali side. And I don't understand why people have this mindset. It's evil. We're trying to fix our state. And you look at the long game on this. You say, well, what is the end result of this? The end result of this is that this becomes Somalia.
I mean, they already planted their flag here. Essentially,
They literally have planted their flag at the Capitol. It's a flag of Somalia, literally.
But do they pay taxes on that money they receive from the government when they get sent to their daycare, when they get sent to their adult daycare, when they get sent to their transportation companies?
They're paying a different rate, if they're paying any at all. And a lot of it is being redirected. So there's stories that they're.
How you doing, Robert? Thanks for joining in.
This money typically doesn't go directly back to Somalia. The money they send back, they'll send it through Saudi Arabia, they'll send it through Kenya, because then it's not a direct link from the Somalis here back to Somalia. So they're routing it through a third party.
So that's a whole different thing about them funding Al-Shabaab and terrorist organizations. But I want to get to my point. It's like, is that money that they're getting from the government, will they eventually pay tax on that, or is that just tax-free money essentially?
I don't know. I can't get any of the tax records from the state.
Because, for instance, if me or you make $1 million, we're going to be given 40% back to the government. At least
If you live here, you're going to pay probably 50%.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if they get $1 million, none of it, they aren't getting taxed on that, most likely, especially if it's as just a loan, not even a loan, it's just money that they're giving to the daycare to take care of. It's like,
It's not,
government benefit.
to my understanding, it's not considered income
Yeah.
because it's an assistance payment.
And so that's why they are doing all these businesses that are based off of assistance for daycare, for adult daycare, for transportation, because they're getting money for these companies. You can label them as assistance versus being for profit.
Correct. That's exactly right.
Let's talk about Al-Shabaab and the money that's being allegedly sent to these terrorist organizations in Somalia. Spoke to a man who, he's also a whistleblower who used to work for the police department inside of the airport. He said every single week, literally millions of dollars worth of cash would be funneled through the airport, through TSA here in Minnesota, at the Minneapolis airport. How are they moving the money from Minnesota, from the taxpayer of Minnesota, back into these Somalian-run businesses, into the hands of people like Al-Shabaab, who are linked with Al-Qaeda?
So anyone who travels knows that if you have over $10,000 in cash, you're going to get stopped by TSA, and they're going to want to know, where did this money come from? And if you're a couple traveling together, they're going to
No problem, Thor. Thanks for joining in.
and say, okay, what is the total amount that you're carrying? And I talked with a TSA agent who worked at the Minneapolis airport.
How you doing,
and
Lisa?
there
Thanks for
was
joining
a
in.
Somali man who came through with 2 suitcases, and he put on his declaration that he had $750,000 in cash. And so the TSA agent said, "Whoa, wait a minute here." And so they took him to a
How you doing,
secure
Hi?
room. They
Thanks for
opened up the
joining in.
suitcases,
Like and
sure
subscribe.
enough, $750,000
Name
in cash.
Deontay.
And so she called the police. The police came, and then the officer said, "Well, I've never had this before. This is such a large amount of money." He said, "Where'd this money come from?" The guy said, "I don't have to tell you. I don't know." And so he called his superior, and the superior said, "Okay, I got to make a call and get back to you." And then he called him back and said, "You got to let him go," because he declared the money. He goes, "No, you can't let him." So they're not even verifying where these funds came from. And so how deep does this go? How many people are involved? How bad is this?
Because, I mean, how does somebody acquire $750 in cash? For instance, you can't even go to the bank right now and ask him for $100.
Damn, before GTA 6, that's a good one. Damn.
That much money in cash. The only way that they could be acquiring this much money is through running a daycare, for instance, where they're literally receiving anywhere from $1 million to $3 million.
There was no war.
And so one thing to keep in mind is that Somalis will not pay tax, because tax is something that is reserved for them to impose on others. So they will not pay tax. So when they're buying these $1 million homes
Appreciate it, I
and these brand new
appreciate it.
SUVs and going to Costco and loading up their carts, they're paying.
I'll be trying to find the hot topics to
they're
put
using
up
your
for everybody to
EBT
join
card, which
in
is
and
typically
give their
over
opinion.
$5,000 a month. So on top of, it's like pouring syrup on top of chocolate. I mean, where does it stop?
So they're using cash instead of like a card, for instance, through Chase Bank.
Well, they're walking into car dealerships with $100,000 in cash, 120. Here you go, give cash. And these dealers are supposed to be reporting that to the IRS because it's more than $10,000. They have to track where the money came from, and they haven't been doing that because why? The guy's going to walk in and give me cash, and of course I'm going to take it. So
Thank you,
there are
I
a lot of
appreciate it.
people who who are complicit in this fraud, and there are a lot of people who are going to be called to answer for what they've done.
Now, let's talk about people like Ilhan Omar and her influence here on the Somali community. What influence
I'm
did
a
she
small
have?
YouTuber trying to get there.
Well, she's a key reason that we have so many Somalis here. She was a big proponent of drawing them in because once she realized how loose the regulations were here on all of this money, this welfare money, this assistance payments, she started bringing the Somalis in, and they came in from all around the country. So not only were they coming from Somalia, they were coming from Texas and Florida, New York, and everywhere else, because the word went out, you got to come to Minnesota because it's open season here. And so that's why, and they're still coming here, and they're still gonna get money. And so Ilhan Omar is, I mean, she's the godmother of the Somalis.
And so whatever she says goes.
Yes.
And you keep referring that Somalians don't move alone. If one of them moves, 10 of them move.
Yes.
So that's how they're able to multiply and almost compound here as far as their populations.
And so the idea is that they want to repopulate as quickly as possible. So that's why all these Muslim women you see, they're always pregnant all the time. Because when you have all these children, now you could start to overtake a city, a society, and now you run for school board, you run for office. We had a Somali guy, I couldn't believe he didn't get elected mayor of Minneapolis, but Jacob Fry, who was elected mayor, he's even worse. He bows down to the Somalis, he tries to speak their language. It's embarrassing.
And so these Somalis, they're Muslims, and Muslims are able to have 4 wives. And
yes.
They're able to have, I don't know, I doubt there's a cap to how many kids you can have, but by having 4 wives, you're able to have more kids than a person with just 1 wife.
Yes.
And so obviously they're going to multiply.
Right, Kamala was selected, not elected.
So who
period.
knows what Minnesota will look like in 50 years from now?
If this doesn't stop, Minnesota's done. It will be Somalia.
Like, we know the fraud attracted them, but initially what attracted them to come here? Because a lot of...
How you doing, Heavy Rap? Thanks for joining in.
With what was happening in Somalia, a lot of refugees were taken into the United States. What attracted them to come straight to Minnesota? It's freezing up here.
I think part of the reason was that the churches, especially the Lutheran Church, got involved with bringing over a lot of refugees, and it started back with the Hmong population, which was very large in St. Paul, and I was happy to have them here. They worked, they opened businesses,
we all know what he said about Hillary.
They're good citizens.
We talking about Hillary Clinton, talking about that part.
So I think they leaned on the churches to say, hey, we need to bring these people over because they're refugees, they're fleeing conflict. What conflict? I mean, they're always at conflict. They're tribal people, they're always at war. Bringing them over here doesn't cure that. All it does is bring those problems over here.
When they were initially brought over, did you
right, Joe Biden was in office.
Brought over as refugees, was there?
Yeah, Joe Biden was in his basement all the time. In Delaware, in the basement.
No, I think the plan was that once they got here and they had their hand out and the state started putting money, and they said, I'm not going anywhere. And you're right, they hate the cold weather because it gets really cold.
In the basement eating ice cream, Joe Biden.
$1 a year, you can live through the winter.
And Trump, in a press conference, he was talking about how all they do is complain. He said the word bitch. All they do is bitch, and they complain. If they're coming from paradise, then they could complain, but they're coming from garbage, is what Trump said, and then complaining. How come you think some people that fled a place that was so horrible now come here to the United States and they continue to complain and play victim to the point where they call, if you don't support what they're doing, they call you an Islamophobe, they call you racist, to the point where eventually everyone's kicked out of an apartment complex and it's full of just one race. Doesn't that make them racist?
I can tell you why they do it. Because so what is the penalty for a Muslim who leaves the Islamic faith? Death. That's the penalty. And so the idea of Islam is that the world is theirs, that we're invaders, that we don't have a right to anything, that Allah has created the world for them, and they're going to take it back. So there's a word in Islam called taqiyya, and it's a word that allows Muslims to lie, steal, cheat, do whatever they have to in order to further their goal of a world caliphate.
And one of those examples I've seen personally is you go up to one of them and you ask if they speak English, and they'll say no. They'll even say they speak French instead.
That's another area of fraud. Thank you for bringing that up. So
They use that as a way to not speak with you, to pretty much not integrate, and then they complain that people can't communicate with them.
Right.
Like yesterday at Walmart, I couldn't even speak with the lady who was checking us out because she wasn't speaking English, and I had to put my phone where I needed it, so that way she could read and then take me to where I needed to go.
So this dovetails into yet another area of fraud, and that is the interpreter services. So when a Somali goes to the doctor, magically they forgot how to speak English, so they need an interpreter there. So the county brings in an interpreter at $100 an hour, minimum 8 hours, to interpret what the doctor is telling the patient.
So that's another layer of fraud that nobody's even talked about or revealed.
And it's millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars all on its own. Interpreter services.
Because what percentage do you think of these people, especially if they were born here in the United States, they speak English, right?
Of course they do.
They should not be saying, I know English. Some of them
And then remember, the interpreter has to get to the doctor's office or the hospital. How are they getting there? The transportation company, and then they got to get back home. And that patient had to get to the doctor's office. How? Transportation. Kids got to get to school. How? Transportation. That's why I said the transportation is the hub of, really, I think, all of this.
Right, follow the money.
Between all these fraudulent businesses, the daycare, the autism centers, the adult daycare, the home services, and then the transportation. And then on top of that, you have it looped in with them going eventually to the doctors for translators to be paid by the state.
That's exactly what's happening, yes. The county or the state is paying for an interpreter or translator every time they go. And when they go to have a baby, they don't speak English. So the translator will sit there, and if they're there for more than 8 hours, then it loops back into another 8 hours. So it's 16 hours as a minimum.
So they've chosen, quite frankly, the most perfect industries to then work together in a web.
So, look, I have to give them credit for being clever enough to stay together and do all this. My big issue is with the people at the state of Minnesota who keep writing these checks over and over and over. So there's not one check that got written by accident. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of checks, millions of checks, and maybe $100 billion in fraud that they sent out, and they never bothered to find out how the money was being spent.
And do these people, for instance, if they're having a baby, are they paying to have that baby? What happens if they can't pay the doctor?
They don't pay for anything. The healthcare is all covered. Housing's covered, healthcare is covered, everything, food, everything.
Because, like you're saying, everything's in cash, are they then able to apply for SNAP benefits and
Yes.
welfare and stuff like that?
Yes.
Because if you don't have cash,
they're showing zero income.
They're showing zero income.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, the ladies working at a daycare, they're not getting paid on paper, and they're just filing for welfare.
Right. So what happens is you have payments from the federal government, you have payments from the state, you have payments from the county they're in, you have payments from the city they live in. So all those things, that's why I said this is $100 billion. It could be $200 billion. It's such a big number. I just, you can't wrap your mind around it. It's like, how did this happen?
You can't really blame the Somalians, because if you were in the same position, you'd probably do the exact same thing. Because you're letting everyone receive millions of dollars, and that's why you need to really focus on the corrupt politicians that are inside the Capitol that are allowing this to happen.
I blame politicians for allowing this to happen.
And then the Somalians, it's morally wrong for them to be doing this, to be frauding the people.
Well, again, it's not because Takia allows them to do this because it's their goal.
Thank you.
I mean, that's the bottom line. That's what they're after.
So by enabling them to, they're able to justify this morally, because if they
Democrat women have beards. Oh man, that's a good one.
Then continue to grow Islam.
Right. And so what's really sad from my perspective is Franklin Avenue here in Minneapolis was always very heavily American Indian occupied. They had Indian health boards there, their opportunity centers there, their community centers there. The sidewalks even have Native American symbols in them as you go along, in the concrete as you go along. And that area has been totally co-opted by the Somalis.
It's a Somali takeover. Like, quite frankly.
And so they're spreading out Minneapolis, St. Paul, St. Cloud, Rochester, Owatonna. It's going throughout the entire state of Minnesota. I'm waiting for them to really take over Duluth. They haven't done that yet, but they're up there.
And we're talking about Islam as well, because that's intertwined with the Somalis, because the majority of them are members of Islam.
Every one of them.
How much are you seeing Islam grow here? The influence of Islam in the Quran. How, are you seeing people convert as well?
Well, so when someone becomes a Muslim, let's say they're Catholic or Lutheran or whatever, and they become a Muslim, the Muslims use the term revert. They don't say convert, they revert, because they say, well, everybody should have been Muslim, and if you weren't,
Damn, Cody.
going down the wrong path. Now that you become a Muslim, you reverted back to where you should have been all along.
And are you seeing a lot of people convert to Islam?
I hear stories. I mean, I don't know of anyone personally who would do it, but it's ironic that there's snow out there, because this is like this giant snowball that's rolling downhill, and I feel like I'm the only one here trying to stop it. I'm going, you help, and it's just
insane.
It's insane.
I use YouTube to learn how to use a computer.
Probably done your own internal investigation. You even came up with a chart.
That's funny.
We can start with one of the child care facilities that we visited. Was called Mako Child Care, MAKO. Well, interestingly, there are 2 child care facilities located at that same address. There's Mako Child Care.
Where I believe in voters ID.
Child Care.
You know.
And between the 2 of them, over the last 3 years,
need voters
they've
ID.
gotten about $8 million in 3 years between the 2 child care, and I've been by that place literally 300 times, and I never, ever, ever have seen a single child there.
I'll be saying make America great again. America First policies, take care of veterans, fund the police,
2 child care companies in the same.
keep having babies.
Yes.
At least be married when you have your baby.
There was a daycare called
Common
Creative
sense.
Minds Daycare, and they had so many violations. This is how bad this place was. So many violations that the state of Minnesota actually said, no, you guys, you can't. So they still got, in fiscal year 2025, they got $2.45 million, even though they had all these violations. So they shut down Creative Minds, and they reopened the next day under a new license, and they called it Super Kids Daycare Center. But they still have they happen so fast, they still have the Creative Minds Daycare sign on the building.
You got the wrong party. That's the Democrat Party.
So for just there alone, we've
Robert Byrd, which is Joe Biden's mentor, a former KKK member,
there was
he did a eulogy
facility that
at his funeral.
My records show that they had 4 child care facilities in there, but I think the number when I
Democrat Party is the one that wanted to keep slavery during the Civil War, all
one of them
that.
was called Minnesota Child Care, and they claim to have 102
Put your white hood on then. Go ahead, have
kids
fun.
that are child care every single day. And I said, well, I mean, how is this 102 kids? That's a lot of kids. And they got 3.6 million in fiscal year 2025, and they had no kids. No kids. In fact, none of the child care in those. In fact, some of them don't even answer that there was nobody there. And they're still getting millions of dollars. Nobody is bothering to follow up.
I know, Bones. We good. We good.
They're not going back. So for a place to shut down, it was so bad. They said, well, we better shut down. But then they reopened the next day under a license. Same place. 3801 Portland Avenue, Minneapolis.
Let's go through some of these numbers you have. Let's go through some more of them, because I think the numbers are horrific, quite honestly, because people like me and you, we work extremely hard, whether it be through YouTube.
No, Bones, we all cool here, man. I'm laid back and chill.
And so do everyone watching.
Appreciate you guys joining in.
Whether you're working at McDonald's or if you're working at
I'm here to learn from you guys.
Okay, you're working hard, and so these people are literally making millions of dollars just by opening up a daycare. So let's go through the number as to how much fraud, how much money these daycares and other companies are making.
Well, I don't have numbers for all the childcare centers because there are so many of them that I can't even get all the data from the state of Minnesota. It's not even on there. So I'll go, some of these places aren't even registered with the state of Minnesota.
Right, if you don't vote black, you ain't Democrat.
Brand new BMWs
That
in the
bullshit.
parking lot. So this one in St. Paul at 1048 Aurora Avenue called Aurora
Go get the
Child
weed.
Care. It is this awful, it used to be like a woodworking store. It's a tiny little building with no parking. And they say that they have 106 kids, 106 kids in fiscal year 2025, which is July to June in Minnesota. So July of 2024 to June 2025, they got $3.1 million. How many kids do you think there were there? I went there 5 times. 0. I went there.
Oh, he said Big Mike. Uh-oh, Big Mike.
Kids there at all. That's Aurora. Diamond Daycare, 460 Lexington Parkway North in St. Paul. They say that they have 97 capacity for 97 children. 97. 97. This place is tiny. It's like a 10 by 10 building. They got 1.5 million in fiscal year 2025, and they have no kids. None.
There's no kids inside the daycare.
No kids. No
Let's
kids.
keep going.
Here's another one. Sweet Angel.
Oh, we love Sweet Angel. We
Sweet
went to
Angel.
We paid him a nice little visit.
Yeah, we went to Sweet Angel. So Sweet Angel Child Care, 2740 Minnehaha Avenue, Suite 156. Again, a tiny facility, and they said they have 74 children. 74. So they're not 100. There's 74 kids. And they got 1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. They got to step up their game. They should be getting like 2.5 million, right? How many kids did we see there? 0. And what's weird about these childcare facilities is that all the windows are covered, and a lot of the time nobody answers the doors. And even if they do, they yell at you, they scream at you. They're very violent people. Then we went to the Learning Center where they had the sign misspelled.
And what's interesting, when you go to these child daycare centers, all the windows are completely blacked out. The doors are locked. What's the door doing locked if you need to bring your child into the daycare? Doors are completely locked. The windows are completely blocked out. And these are not even like nice, aesthetically looking buildings. These look like they're industrial buildings for warehouses.
Every single childcare that I've been to has been in an industrial or commercial building with no play area for the kids, or some of them have some ramshackle novelty stuff outside. But you can see, I go there now, there's no footprints in the snow. There are no kids playing there. And the other thing that happens is when they do bother to inspect these places and they write a violation, this is right here. Correction documentation submitted and approved. They never went back to the facility. So if the violation was unsanitary conditions, broken furniture, inoperable bathrooms, they never go back and double check that the violation was corrected. All the child care facility does is send them documentation, say, yeah, we fixed it. And that's it. They go, okay, it's approved. And the payments keep rolling. Payments keep rolling.
And who approves these buildings?
Well, so,
because for instance, where I'm from, we don't have daycare centers every block. Here in Minnesota, you do.
Almost literally every block, you have a daycare, a child care center. And in a lot of them, you'll have a child care center listed at that address and a healthcare center and an autism center, all the same address. And you go, well, it's like a 12 by 12 building. I mean, what do you got, like 300 people? I mean, how is it possible? It's not. It's all fraud. It's total fraud. What I'm telling you is that Somalis do not send their children to child care ever, not once. It violates their faith.
Because will they trust another woman or another man with their children?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Let's keep going. Let's find some more fraud, because the fraud here is insane. I'm not joking when we say this is the fraud capital. This will be one of the largest fraud scams ever to happen in
the world. In the world. It's that bad.
So people literally in Somalia right now are probably getting on their phone right now messages saying, "Come to Minnesota, you can get millions of dollars."
So there's another agency at play here that is helping this fraud stay on steroids, and it's the Minnesota Department of Children, Youth, and Families. And this fine woman is the leader, Kiki Brown. So this is
The Confederate flag is mostly flown south, Mississippi.
also this nonsense award that they give these childcare called Parent Aware. It's a banner with a star on it. Oh, it's a Parent Aware award. And they said, I've never heard of that before. So I started to look it up. Yeah, it's a program she put together, and it's only given to Somali childcare facilities. It doesn't mean a thing. There's no reason for it to be there. It's more nonsense from the state of Minnesota.
And do you have any more numbers right here? It's kind of fun to see how much fraud's actually happening. Because there's actually
Right, Marsh, I was saying, Joe Biden did that for Robert Byrd.
Numbers for probably, I don't know if it's 50 of the child care. There's so many of them that I can't even get all the data. So what I did, if I can deflect over to the transportation, because I go back to this transportation being the hub of all this fraud because it's all connected through the transportation. So I'm trying to collect the data on over 900 of these non-emergency medical transportation companies. And the data is so overwhelming and so hard to get. I had to hire a computer specialist to write a program to extract the data. And he's up to 298 companies right now. He said it's so convoluted the way this is put together.
Right, Barks, a good one, Barks.
When this dust settles on this transportation, this is going to be in the billions of dollars, billions. And nobody verifies any of these trips were ever made.
Because if you're driving around Minnesota, we drove around the highways. We spotted out 4 of the transportation vehicles going because they have the number on the back of all their cars. That's not license plate number. There was not a single person transporting anybody.
No, I've never, and I've seen thousands of these vans ride around the Twin Cities because there are hundreds and hundreds of these companies. I've never, ever seen a single passenger in any of these vehicles, and they're all minivans, or the majority of them are minivans.
And when we're talking about fraud, fraud is fraud. A crime is a crime. It doesn't have to do with the race. It doesn't have to do with the religion. It's just the fact that fraud is fraud and a crime is a crime. It just so happens to be that the Somalians are working hand in hand with the government here, committing the fraud and allowing this crime to happen on the taxpayer citizen here who's paying a fistload of money to the government.
Exactly. So not only are Somalians guilty of fraud, but the people who are writing the checks are just as guilty. In fact, they're more guilty because they wrote the checks.
Exactly. And so this doesn't have to do anything with someone being a racist or Islamophobe. It's just the fact that fraud's fraud. And you don't like paying your state taxes here, knowing that it's just going potentially back into the hands of a terrorist organization like Al-Shabaab in Somalia.
Well, if this continues, the Somalis are going to own every single building in Minneapolis. And there will be literally 500 mosques here.
And now let's talk about Tim Walz. Do you think Tim Walz will be going to prison for this? And he's running for a 3rd term right now.
So my personal belief is that Tim Walz violated Minnesota Statute 3.971 because he did not, to this day, he has not reported the fraud to the Office of the Legislative Auditor. And that law says you have to report it. So even if it was in the news for months and months, he still had to personally report it to the OLA.
Here you go, Glenn.
And why would Tim Walz know about the fraud but not report it?
So, because again, the Somali community all votes in a block. And he needs their votes because if you got they don't know how many Somalis are here. They say 80,000. I said it's way over 100,000.
So at one point it was Democrat before it became Republic.
That's a big number, and he's terrified of this racist Islamophobe label, and I don't understand.
Yeah, you talking about the Confederate flag.
That this has happened.
Yes,
and we've seen what's happened in Europe as they've let in a lot of countries from Northern Africa, the Middle East. Numbers of rape have gone up exponentially. The safety of their towns have gone up. The Christmas villages are gone down. New Year's celebrations have gone down in places like Paris. And I've been to some of these rallies myself in the United Kingdom, for instance, and I asked Tommy Robinson, the man leading this in a separate occasion, how come this was able to happen? He said, well, because of political correctness and the fear of
You know
being
what?
racist,
How about this? It's at least it's an American flag, not a foreign flag that's being flown.
and here,
At least it's American.
ripped, but their bank accounts are, and their tax dollars are getting sent overseas to fund terrorist organizations.
Besides, most people that's in Mississippi or in Georgia that's black, they love that flag.
Speak out.
So I can't even speak on this. Most black people down south, they love the Confederate flag. You can Google it yourself on YouTube.
By the university right over there, University of Minnesota, called Dinkytown. And again, it was a hip spot when I was in college. You went to pizza there. I mean, you kind of hung out there. And there is nobody who will go there at night because of the violence and the attacks.
Okay, Mark. Okay, Mark.
There. And these are Somali gangs who are doing this. And you know that's the case because they have cameras everywhere. And they say, oh, well, we know they had hoodies on. We don't have good footage. You know exactly who they are. They're smashing windows on cars over here. And I think it's a culmination of not having to work and not having to pay for anything. Well, what are you going to do all day? Go out idle hands.
You would almost feel like you're invincible if you're living here as a Somalian, knowing that, okay, my dad, he's getting millions of dollars from running this fake daycare center. And then I'm also able to go and commit a crime. If someone says anything, I'm going to call them a racist. And most likely, whoever's writing the claim or the judge, because our king of the mafia here, who got caught for $7.2 million of fraud, and they just let him go. So maybe if I go bash in the window and steal that person's purse out of their car while they run to Starbucks, I'm probably not going to get charged. So I'm pretty much invincible. Let's just go out and do this while we have our idle hands, while nothing else is going on.
So I went to Catholic grade school. In fact, I went to Annunciation where that terrible shooting happened last summer. Those kids were killed. And when you misbehaved in Catholic school, you got the ruler, you got a whack, you got a slap on the wrist, you got an ear twist. I mean, these were, so you grew up pretty straight. It was pretty strict. And here there are no shackles because they have no fear of the consequences. And when a guy just convicted of $7.2 million in fraud is let go, that sends a signal to the entire Somali community. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, because I mean, if I was a teenager, especially if you're a teenager, you're not an adult, so you can't get charged as an adult. But if you know that people aren't getting in trouble,
Right, Eric, that's right.
If you know your dad's out there committing and making millions of dollars, and he's probably laughing about it at the dinner table, if you see that old lady with the money or the lady with the purse, and you go and steal, you know the police aren't going to do anything. Right now, the police won't even they're telling people here in Minnesota, if they see ICE, call 911. So you know that the police is on your side.
Good one, Karl Marx. Yep.
Act in lawless ways because you might as well.
Yeah.
That's very worrying for a lot of people. People need to understand, like, this is not a thing where you get called a racist or if you get called an Islamophobe. A crime's a crime.
How I'm stupid. What are you talking about?
Yeah. If something's happened, you should be able to call it out for what it is.
So, Nick, it just flashed into my mind the name of that daycare we went to where the sign was misspelled. It's Early Learning Center, but they didn't spell the word learning correctly. So it's Early Learning Center. And that sign has been like that for 9 years, 10 years. And when we were there, that gentleman who worked at the restaurant right there in that same building came out because that woman thought we were ICE.
I know it's only one American flag. It's obvious.
So the guy came out to see what was going on. And we said, oh, well, we're just trying to talk to someone at this childcare. And he said, what childcare? I said, we're right here, Early Learning Center. He goes, oh. I said, well, how long have you worked at the restaurant? 8 years. Well, how many children have you seen here? None, never. We went to the nail salon across the street that directly faces the childcare, the Early Learning Center, and said, well, how many kids do you see here? I said, what kids? No kids. We never see kids.
How many people do you think are just living life like similar to that one guy outside of the daycare center who's been living there for 8 years? He didn't even know that was a daycare, and he's never seen a child in there.
Hey, Gwen, you're not getting a rouse out of me. What are we trying to do? Get a rouse out of me. It's cool. I'm glad you're here.
Not knowing that
Did you subscribe to the channel?
funneled through fraudulently every single day.
So fortunately, I kept at this. I started sounding the alarm years and years and years ago that this was happening. And finally, I started to get some traction. And now it's out in the news. And now we get the U.S. attorney involved. That's all my groundwork, all that fraud. I uncovered all that. And again, had I been a state of Minnesota employee, I'd be a whistleblower. I'd be entitled to $1 billion. I don't care. I don't want the money. I don't want fame. I just want it to stop.
And do you think it will stop, or what will put this to a stop?
Well, we're at a fork in the road right now, and we either go this way, which is the destruction of our society, literally the destruction. I'm not being pejorative or using rhetoric. The literal destruction of our society, or we stop this and we say, look, you either assimilate, this is America, you become part of our culture, you can have your own faith, you can do all that, but you become part of our society, or you get out.
Do you think they will assimilate, or where do you think this will actually go?
They will never assimilate. And again, one of the women Tuesday when we went to the child care, she screamed, "We're American citizens, we're American citizens." Well, the reality is there's a difference between being an American citizen and a naturalized U.S. citizen. There's a big difference.
Because a lot of these people have been here for 20 years. A lot of them are first generation born Americans. But for those that came underneath Joe Biden in the past 4 years, or those that are naturalized, they very well could get deported, right?
Well, so
especially those that came underneath Joe Biden. For how many more people did you see come into Minnesota when Joe Biden opened up the borders? Is that a lot?
10,000, 20,000. I mean, it's been a mass influx.
And they've been here for, at this point now, they've been here probably 4 years. They probably had a baby. Therefore, they have an anchor baby here. And it's going to be a lot harder to deport somebody once they have that.
Anchor babies, yeah. Maybe 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, who knows?
Mm-hmm. And so do you think the only option is either they assimilate, which you don't believe is possible, or for them to get deported?
Yes.
What one do you think will actually happen?
I think it's gonna have to be a blend, because trying to deport all these people is going to be very difficult. The politicians, as you've seen, will rally. The bad politicians, the evil politicians who are benefiting from all this, they're going to rally behind and start screaming racism and Islamophobe and all that. But we have to get these people who are, I mean, this can't continue.
I don't want to sound hyperbolic, but do you think they'll get a point to where, say, if a agent comes into a place like Cedar Riverside and they start going out through deportations, and then the gangs, we know there's rivalry gangs inside of these complexes where arms are eventually brought up and people start dying and shooting.
Yes. Yes. And so right now, the Minneapolis police are scared to death of doing anything to offend the Somali community. And you have the police chief of Minneapolis coming out and saying they're our neighbors, they're part of our society, and if you see ICE, call 911. Specifically said it to the Somalis. I mean, what is the message that sends that we're invincible, we can do whatever we want, Minnesota's ours?
And so you've gotten to the point where the federal government, state government are in a battle because the state government want to protect the Somalians, while meanwhile the federal government wants to actually implement the law of the land, because federal law is more important and has more power than
from the cackling hens, the view, you know it.
Of where the money came from for this fraud, because there are federal dollars that are mixed in, and that brings into play.
She got it from Sonny Halston.
State and say, we can come in here and we can do whatever we want. We can do our investigation because you used federal dollars that we sent you, and you sent it out fraudulently.
Who knows? It's like a ticking time bomb here inside of Minnesota. Either it's going to continue ticking, or a bomb's going to go off.
Well, speaking. And so all I know is that, I mean, if they take me out, because they've tried essentially twice now, if they take me out, at least I know I fought the fight. I did what was right, and I can go in peace.
So you really feel like they might try to kill you?
Yes.
Really?
They pulled a knife on me 2 weeks ago.
And so you're fearful for your life. Melissa Hortman, she was offed. She was killed. She had just started to come out and speak against illegal migrants. Do you think that was a setup?
Well,
that job?
It's interesting because the person who shot her was a former hire of Governor Tim Walz. And so why did he target her? Because you're right, she was starting to speak out about immigration, and she's a Democrat. And so it was very taboo what she was doing. It's like a Somali talking to a reporter. You don't do it.
So you think she was killed for that reason?
It's possible it played a role in it.
Because if you look at it, she was starting to speak out against what's happening here in Minnesota with the illegal migrants, and then a man appears to her door and kills her and her husband. And that guy was a former hire of Tim Walz.
Yes.
This fraud had not been exposed until it started to get exposed. And then you saw Tim Walz literally say that he knew about it. He should have said something. Essentially, those weren't exactly his words, but he knew about the fraud happening. And this lady was killed by a Tim Walz hire.
So the answer to what's going to happen here in Minnesota is going to be determined in the next gubernatorial election, because Tim Walz is running for a third term. And if the people of Minnesota...
Tim was running for a third term.
I can't do this anymore, because that will signal the end of Minnesota, literally.
And it will signal the end of your protection as well, because this will just continue to go.
I mean, for God's sakes, I was in front of the governor's mansion and I was attacked by 3 Somalis. They had 100 cameras and nobody came out. They have a security detail at the governor's mansion. Nobody came out. I was on 911 and it took the police 11 minutes to get there. We have the faces of the assailants, their vehicle, and their license plate on the camera footage. And I just today now requested, because I haven't heard from the St. Paul Police Department, I requested the camera footage from the governor's mansion, the police report, and the 911 transcript.
And do you think born and raised Minnesota...
They left the chat. Oh, man.
Population here?
So my concern is that it used to be just in Minneapolis, and then it went to St. Cloud, and now it's in Rochester, it's in Owatonna, they're heading up to Duluth. And so it used to be your only concern was how are they going to vote in the city here? Because once you get outside the Twin Cities, it gets pretty conservative out there. I mean, they're not happy about what's going on. And all these wishy-washy politicians, most of them are from the Twin Cities here. And I don't know, but it can't continue. It has to change.
And is there any last message you'd like to give to the people about the fraud?
Look, this fraud has spread now. We've heard about it in Massachusetts. We heard about it in California. This is ground zero for the fraud. And what I'm telling you is you can't sit around and say, that's terrible. Somebody's got to do something about this. You have to do something like I've been doing it here. You have
to the lowest, to poverty, to starvation, because of one man who's making out like a bandit, by the way, and who the U.S. has alleged is involved in drug trafficking. The DOJ hit him with those charges, and now, guess what? He's facing them. And Whoopi, you're going to just have to face the music on this one as well, because people are happy. It's like America's back, baby, right? Let's watch the clip.
The people in South Florida, the Venezuelan community, the Cuban American community, the Nicaraguan American community voted for this. And for us, this is a very, very happy day when we see a dictator who has been part of oppressing and abusing the Venezuelan people for 25 years. When we see him in handcuffs and held to some sort of accountability, it brought me into tears. It brought me great joy. And, I live in South Florida.
But are you okay with the way that it was done?
But you can, I think both things can be true. Okay. I think you can criticize and ask questions and have concerns about the way it was done and what this means in the future.
Right.
And I think you can still celebrate that this murderous, corrupt, sadistic son of a bitch is out of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Because he has, I think with 8 million Venezuelan exiles all over the world, people have fled from this man's tyrannical rule. So for me,
did you see the face on Sunny? It's like somebody just let off a stink bomb right next to her. She's like, oh, God. Yeah, well, you know what, Sunny? Your relatives didn't live in Venezuela or Cuba. Or maybe they did, actually. Doesn't she have some really weird background where it turns out like her family was somehow slave trade. She came forward with that one. That was a doozy. Anyway, the point is, like anybody who knows anything about this, and trust me, yours truly knows a lot about this. First of all, yo hablo español. The Irish girls speak Spanish now because they studied it in school. Unlike Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who can't speak a word of it. I do speak Spanish, and I had studied Latin America and worked on, reporting in Latin America for many, many years, for decades. And I think, I just couldn't believe this. I was like, this is amazing. This is fantastic. I've been waiting like 15 years. It seemed like a no-brainer to me. I'm like, hey, you got a lot of oil sitting down there in the good old Orinoco region. I've been to it. These Venezuelans, they can't figure out how to get it out of the ground because they're a bunch of commies. And there's no incentive for them to really get it out of the ground. In fact, there's incentive to do corrupt stuff. Like, hey, sanctions go into place, but China still needs its oil. So let's find a way to change the flags on the ships and divert all the oil over to China, and we'll make more money on it. Guess who makes the money? It's not the people of Venezuela. This is what Mamdani needs to go and do something.
Oh yeah, she be on it, man. When it comes to coming to facts, she be on it.
Running this show. So this is phenomenal news. Not to mention, we get the Iranians and we get the.
I don't just randomly select anybody. I be picking people I know come with the truth, come with the research.
Monroe Doctrine, which I hear Donald Trump now calls the Monroe Doctrine, rather fittingly, right? Listen, this was massive. This was amazing. The guy's being held, right, on charges of drug trafficking, and those drug trafficking charges go back to the previous administration, so they had every right to go after him. In fact, if you look back to other points in time, I'm going to show you 1989 Joe Biden was like, we need to go after these guys. We need to go after the bad guys. Well, we're going after the bad guys, but gosh, don't tell anybody at ABC, whether it's Whoopi or Sunny or Ana Navarro's out there on a little island all by herself. She might as well be in Cuba. And then you got Georgie Poo, right? Georgie Poo, who's still reeling because, oh my gosh, his network had to pay $16 million because of that little error that he never should have said on the air. And he knew, and he was briefed by his producers and told not to. And he's just, I guess, waiting out the last days of his contract because he's miserable with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. And so listen to how he gets scorched by our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. This is brilliant. I want you to watch it with me.
Yeah, the liberals are tripping.
The United States is going to run Venezuela. Under what legal authority?
Well, first of all, what's going to happen here is that we have a quarantine on their oil. That means their economy will not be able to move forward until the conditions that are in the national interest of the United States and the interest of the Venezuelan people are met. And that's what we intend to do. So that leverage remains, that leverage is ongoing, and we expect that it's going to lead to results here. We're hopeful that it does, positive results for the people of Venezuela, but ultimately, most importantly for us, in the national interest of the United States. We will no longer have, hopefully, as we move forward here, we'll set the conditions so that we no longer have in our hemisphere a Venezuela that's the crossroads for many of our adversaries around the world, including Iran and Hezbollah, is no longer sending us drug gangs, is no longer sending us drug boats, is no longer a narco trafficking paradise for all those drugs coming out of Colombia to go in through the Caribbean and towards the United States. And obviously, we want a better future for the people of Venezuela. We want them to have an oil industry where the wealth goes to the people.
Well, go ahead, Voice of Reason, do that. That's what YouTube gave us to use, the YouTube short for.
That's what we're working towards, and we intend to use the leverage we
I can go live anywhere I want
Let
to.
me ask the question again. What is the legal
Thanks for
authority
joining in.
for the United States
Like
to
and
run
subscribe.
Venezuela?
Well, I explained to you what our goals are and how we're going to use the leverage to make it happen. As far as what our legal authority is on the quarantine, I'm very simple. We have court orders. These are sanctioned boats, and we get orders from courts to go after.
All right, Boxer, thanks for joining in.
I don't know, is a court not a legal authority?
So, hey, just to remind everybody, right, there are sanctions. Venezuela is not allowed to send that oil to China or to Russia. There are sanctions on Russia. There are sanctions on Venezuela. Like, you can't just pirate this stuff all around the world. That's what they've been doing. You saw me reporting on this last summer, right? Because I was telling you how they changed the flags on the ships and they're trying to send it to all these.
Thanks for the likes.
places.
Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Go through, the Irish Sea. That would be the Russians trying to get it down to Venezuela. Forgive me, not Venezuela, but to China. And it's a huge problem. But let's continue listening. So yes, we have the jurisdiction. We have the legal authority. We have the international standing to be able to do this. Just don't tell Georgie.
Is the United States running Venezuela right now?
Well, I've explained once again, I'll do it one more time. What we are running is the direction that this is going to move moving forward. And that is, we have leverage. This leverage we are using and we intend to use. We started using already. You can see where they are running out of storage capacity. In a few weeks, they're going to have to start pumping oil unless they make changes. And that leverage that we have with the armada of boats that are currently positioned allow us to seize any sanctioned boats coming into or out of Venezuela, loaded with oil or on its way in to pick up oil, and we can pick and choose which ones we go after. We have court orders for each one. That will continue to be in place until the people who have control over the levers of power in that country make changes that are not just in the interest of the people of Venezuela, but are in the interest of the United States and the things that we care about. That's what the legal authority is, the court orders that we have.
When the president was asked yesterday who will be running Venezuela, he said it was you. He said it was the defense secretary. He said it was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Are you running Venezuela right now?
George, I've explained again that the leverage that we have here is the leverage of the quarantine. So that is a Department of War operation, conducting in some cases law enforcement functions with the Coast Guard on the seizure of these boats. I'm obviously very intricately involved in these policies. And by the way, very intricately involved in moving forward and what we hope to see some of these changes being addressed. Unfortunately, the person that was there before, who was not the legitimate president of the country, was someone we could not work with, was someone that we could not, he had already suckered the Biden administration a couple of years ago on a deal he didn't keep. And this is someone we simply couldn't work with. We are hopeful that there are people in place now. We're going to find out. The proof will be in what they do or fail to do. That will start making some of these changes that will ultimately lead to a Venezuela that looks substantially and dramatically different from what's been in place for 15 years. But our number one objective is America. We care about Venezuela. We want it to do well moving forward. But our number one objective here is America. No more drugs, no more trained at agua gangs coming our direction, and no more an area of the country in our hemisphere that becomes a crossroads for every single adversary we have around the world. Hezbollah, Iran.
In other words, translation: America's back, baby, back. Okay?
Yes.
You don't mess with us.
Mark came a long way.
Just ricocheted overnight, right? Iran.
He's better now.
Russia. You guys paying attention? We just kicked y'all
Good
out.
one, Cody. What's your favorite ice cream? Right. That's for Joe Biden in the basement.
Violation of Monroe Doctrine. And I would add that we and our oil companies had actually bought a lot of that land in Venezuela ages ago.
Her name is Trish Regan, right there on the screen.
European, colonialism nonsense that he decided to kick everybody out, including European companies as well. When I was down there, you had European companies like Total in the oil business. You had American companies, and guess what? The country was doing great. They were sitting pretty until they got this idea of socialism and communism, and that crept in, and before you know it, Chavez put all his cronies in charge, just like what Mamdami's doing, right? The guy who was the defense attorney for the Al-Qaeda terrorists, yeah. He's now like running the legal show for Mamdami, so all the cronies get instituted into their positions in the company in Venezuela. So poor PDVSA was then just, bleeding cash until they could find out ways to pump a little illegal oil and send it to people that were sanctioned, including themselves that were sanctioned. So this is amazing. And I'll tell you, ABC's having a hard time with it. CNN's having a hard time with it. CBS is having a hard time with it. PBS, well, I don't even know if you're around anymore. We're going to get to that story in a little bit. They're all having a hard time with it. Even the financial media is having a hard time with it. I mean, the headlines on Monday morning, they were like, oh, it's going to be choppy trading. And I'm like, choppy trading? I mean, the futures are way up. Like, way up, guys. What's choppy or jittery about this one? This is good news, okay? Good news. So CNN is forced to admit that Americans recognize that, hey, it's really good news. I want you to see this clip I'm about to show you. My favorite reporter over there. He's got a lot of personality. He's the only one that can actually admit the truth on any of these polls. But first, keep in mind what Maduro was doing in the background. Okay, Maduro was singing his little Be Happy song, and Don't Worry, Be Happy. There was that little episode. And then he was taunting Donald Trump, saying, hey, come get me, come get me, come get me. Here he is. Venga por mí. Venga por mí. Yo estoy aquí en Miraflores. I'm here in Miraflores Palace. Well, he wasn't actually in Miraflores. He was actually in his bunker. And if you were watching the show on the weekend, I had a friend of mine on, Hans Humes, who runs Greylock Capital, and they actually are trying to recover all the money for debt holders that, have lost something in Venezuela. And he's very, very familiar with the inner workings of all sides there. And he's been multiple times to that bunker. And he told us all about the bunker. And he said that there was some intelligence a couple of weeks ago that wasn't actually spot on about where the bunker was. Anyway, Hans has been there. They have lots and lots of guards. It's up in the hills. And they came and they got him, not in Miraflores, but they got him in the bunker. I mean, just an amazing op, right? So kudos to Hegseth and the entire team. Just an amazing op, showing you, once again, the force, the almighty force and power of the U.S. military. Should we decide to use it, and you better believe we can. And Americans, guess what? They like that. So take that, CNN. Take that, CBS, ABC, NBC, the rest of you.
Okay, U.S. military ousting Maduro. Pre-ousting, what you saw was the clear plurality of Americans opposed at 47%, just 21% support. Come over to this side of the screen. After the ousting, look at that. The support through the roof. Now we're talking about 37%, well within the margin of error right here of the opposition, 38%. It turns out Americans like what they deem to be successful foreign policy operations. And in this case, they view the ousting of Maduro, at least up to this point, as a successful one, and therefore the support way up.
Yeah, before underwater, now basically even. What about the idea of putting Maduro on trial here in the United States?
Yeah, part of the reason why I think that the success number is way up, and you saw it here, what was it? It was 26 points in favor of opposition, now within the margin of error, is because they simply don't like Nicolas Maduro. And in fact, they believe that he should be on trial for drug trafficking. Look at this, 50% of Americans favor compared to just 14% who oppose. So there are very few Americans here who oppose it. Even among Democrats, the opposition number is below, get this, just 24% is below 25%. So this is something that unites Republicans. It divides Democrats. And at this particular point, support for the operation way up. And in terms of those who favor the drug trafficking trial for Maduro, that is a clear plurality.
Yeah, it doesn't really even divide Democrats on the idea of a trial. They all seem to support it by and large. Only 24% oppose it for Democrats. Let's talk about sort of what the lesson.
It's amazing, right? The Democrats, they were all for getting rid of Maduro. I actually happen to have a lot of inside knowledge on this, okay? A serious amount of inside knowledge. Again, my first job, long before I became a reporter, was actually in finance at Goldman Sachs, and we were trading Venezuelan debt along with Argentine, Brazilian, Mexican debt, and sovereign debt. And so, you kind of needed to know the politics of Venezuela inside and out. And so I've always stayed very close to the story. And I was there right as Chavez was coming to power. And the hope was, okay, maybe he won't be that bad. He says he's a socialist. He says he's a communist. Well, let me tell you, he was that bad and then some. And I've heard him speak multiple times. I was so sick of hearing about the white European that conquered Venezuela and took all the oil. Well, guess what? I guess the white Europeans.
Damn, we like cocaine. That's funny.
Taking the oil. We're not really taking it. And again, I would just stress one thing. It is good for us, okay? Like, I'm a pragmatist. I'm a realist. This isn't about freeing. I mean, there's a lot of countries that we could free, right? That we would choose to free. This isn't really what that's about. This is about making sure that we lock down that oil and the rest of the natural resources there for yours truly, okay? Because it's, again, in our hemisphere. Do you really want the Russians and the Cubans and the Venezuelans? Forgive me, they are Venezuelans. Do you want the Chinese and Iranians hanging out just 3 hours off the coast of Cuba? I was actually, ironically, as this was all going down, in the Caribbean, right off the coast of Cuba as this was happening. And I'm thinking, this is a total national security issue. Like, they just shouldn't be there. When you go to Caracas these days, weeks ago, the number one language after Spanish that you would hear would be Russian. And after that, Chinese. And after that, Arabic. So enough, okay? The U.S. is back in town. And hey, I'm sorry, but it worked really well for a lot of years. Venezuela, we helped you produce your oil. You enjoy living in Latin America, the place was like freaking Switzerland. And, when we went away, because you kicked us out, even though we owned contracts and owned land there, look what happened. Okay? Let it be a warning, by the way, to Mamdani in New York City. I kid you not. It's the best example of the terror that socialism, which becomes communism, creates. And Stephen Miller had to set CNN straight on this. You know, that little anchor, Jake Tapper is his name. He's got like a whiny voice, and I love it because he said, "You're doing that swarmy thing again. That swarmy thing you do, Jakey boy." Well, Stephen Miller doesn't want to have any part of it. Stephen Miller absolutely, positively humiliating Jake Tapper in an interview last night. Watch.
The reason here is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections be held everywhere, immediately, all the time, right away. To create these vacuums.
That's not what I think, but you invaded the country. We went into the country and we seized the leader of Venezuela.
Damn straight we did.
Woo! Damn straight we did. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how the USA rolls. Okay? Here's what I also know. I actually know this for a fact, that the Biden administration had worked aggressively to try to get him out. And they had come up with a lot of ideas, and none of it was working. And part of the reason for that was Celia, the wifey in the background. So the wifey apparently liked her kind of lifestyle that she had going on. She is, I'm told, to be a rather shrewd negotiator, and anything they threw at her, she didn't want. And so because she didn't want anything, they were kind of running out of options. And they get close, and then no cigar. And so this was going on and on and on and on. And then it happened again with Donald Trump in charge, and like, you know, like he's got some patience, but it runs thin. And so after a while, he's like, you got to be kidding me. Do we have any other options? Enter Delcy Rodriguez, who is a socialist as well, a Chavista, but all of my sources have told me she's sort of the best one to deal with. In other words, she's a straight shooter, and, you know, not that you can trust any of these people, but if you're going to trust someone, you're better off with her than, say, Maduro and his wife. Interestingly, notice that they picked up the wife as well. It wasn't just Maduro like they would typically do, because the wife is a big problem. The wife has been an issue in terms of all the negotiations. So Delcy, who's the vice president, she walks in, she gets the gate. Now, I know Delcy. I've had her on my program a couple of times. We've interviewed her.
Right, Gulf of America.
She's hardline socialist.
So what I'm saying is, they saying that we've been in cahoots with Venezuela since the 1920s. So Trump got nothing to do with this. This is 1920 since we've been involved with Venezuela with the oil.
Pete tells her to do, she's going to be okay. He made it very clear, you know.
According to Wikipedia.
Well then, she's going to fall to a fate worse than Maduro's. So how do you like that? Delcy, we're not giving you any choices here. You better actually be able to keep the wheels on the bus. A lot of people are asking, why is it her? Why is it not the woman that just got the Nobel Peace Prize? It was lovely, by the way. I adore her. Maria Corina Machado. I actually thought it might be her initially, but the thinking is there's too much animosity. The opposition in Venezuela, it's kind of like, the Republican Party is right now, right? With Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, like all flying off the handle with all this, that, and the other. And so there's no real consistency. Well, that is what the opposition in Venezuela is. And so for every two people that love Maria Corina Machado, there are 8 people that hate her. And he's like, we can't do this right now. So listen to Miller again.
To run the country until such time.
Forgive me. This is Donald Trump explaining who's going to run it.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition. So we don't want to be involved with having somebody else get in, and we have the same situation that we had for the last long period of years.
So we're going to be in charge.
So
we're running the show, okay? Hey, you know, you better believe it. Damn straight we took that guy out right in the dead of the night. We read him his rights and sent him on his way off in the helicopter and then a boat. Now he's in New York City awaiting his trial. Here is Miller again trying to explain, and these guys just don't get it. Like I'm sorry, like I'm gonna tell you something, a little secret. A lot of these reporters, they're just not that smart. And they don't have enough experience in many of these stories, and they don't really understand the global security issues that we're facing. I mean, again, for 15 years, I've been sitting there going, why is it that we have a crazy socialist running Venezuela when they're sitting on more oil, proven oil reserves than all of Saudi Arabia?
Thank you guys for subscribing. Appreciate it.
At home, and they're not doing business with us? Come on, we got to be able to make friends with these guys. We got to be able to make friends with Maduro. If we can't make friends with them, then bye-bye Maduro. Sorry. Like I told you, I'm a realist. And so is Miller.
70% of the vote or something like that. Why does the president think that Machado should not be the next leader? Why does he think she's weak?
First of all of Venezuela experts agree. All Venezuela experts agree that it would be absurd and preposterous for us to suddenly
Right, critical.
country and
Venezuela is happy.
and the military would follow her, and the security forces would follow her. This is not a serious. It's not even a serious question.
So should there be an election?
Let me. If you give me the floor for 30 seconds, let me tell you what we are doing here, Jack. The United States. This is sort of foundational. The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere. We're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us, to hoard weapons from our adversaries, to be able to be positioned as an asset against the United States rather than on behalf of the United States.
Sovereign countries should be able
You tell him, Steve. You tell him.
The Monroe Doctrine and the Trump Doctrine is all about securing the national interests of America. For years, we sent our
Distant
soldiers
Dancer. Thanks for
to die in
subscribing.
deserts
Thank you.
in the Middle East to try to build them parliaments, to try to build them democracies, to try to give them more oil, to try to give them more resources. The future of the free world, Jake, depends on America being able to assert ourselves and our interests without apology. This whole period that happened.
Where America's not weak, we strong.
Where the West began apologizing and groveling and begging.
I don't even know
engaging these
honestly
mass
what you're talking about right now.
schemes. What I'm talking about, Jake, is the idea. By the way, I know you love doing that smarmy thing, Jake, and I was hoping to be better.
Do you hear that? I love doing that swarmy thing, Jake. Ouch. Gosh, this is good.
This time.
I asked you about if there should be an election.
Exactly.
I asked you if there would be an election in Venezuela. That's what I asked. I said, why was the president so quick to dismiss Machado? You answered that question. And then I said,
the objective, Jake, is security and stability for the people of Venezuela. With our help and leadership,
I thought they didn't want no dictator, no kings. What happened to all of that going on?
Venezuela,
the woman running Venezuela right now is part of the Maduro regime.
Maduro got voted out.
Conversations, Jake, about all
And he stayed.
along the way. The reason why I was giving you that speech, which I know you didn't want to
The
hear,
opposite of Trump.
is because you're approaching this from the wrong frame. This neoliberal frame that the United States' job is to go around the world and demanding immediate elections be held everywhere, immediately, all the time, right away. To create
No.
vacuums.
That's not what I think, but you invaded the country.
So Miller gets it, okay? Like Miller is trying to explain basically what I've been saying, and I've been saying for 15 years. Like, for goodness sakes, you're sitting on a huge oil reserve. What the heck is going on? And this is something Monroe Doctrine, right? Which we're joking is the Monroe Doctrine.
South America isn't the United States' backyard. So where is Venezuela then?
Core principles that came out in 1823
What the
by
hell?
then President James Monroe, and basically he was saying, hey, you stay out of the
What part of the map
Americas, okay?
you
We
looking
get
at?
Canada, we get Latin America, we get South America, and they did not want any new European possible enemies coming in like Spain and trying to resettle some of these areas. And so this was a non-interference warning. You guys, you stick to Europe and we'll stick to the Americas. And many times, in many of these countries had just gained independence from Spain. So that was important for us, right? We didn't want Spain in our backyard. And so they came up with the Monroe Doctrine, and it was really enforced. I mean, you even think back to Theodore Roosevelt in the early 1900s, and it was very clear. In fact, I believe that some of those oil fields in Venezuela were actually first started by the Rockefellers in that turn of the century time. I mean, we've always had a presence down there. And so it's really important to keep that and to not allow China in there and to not allow the Iranians in there and to not, I mean, this is basic, right? Basic stuff. And the Democrats deep down, they know it, but they just can't let this go because why? TDS. I mean, it's a serious disease.
So let's. The question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manaraju that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. the United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else, but we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world.
But are you saying that
the beginning of time?
But in terms of
United
day-to-day
States-
operations in Venezuela, that is acting President Rodriguez, right? It's not some sort of American emissary.
No, what I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake. So I want to say what I'm saying, and you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is that by definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
If that's true,
obviously that doesn't mean that President Trump is setting the bus fare schedule inside the country.
So
doesn't mean that President Trump is assigning the curriculum in the country.
indictment.
This is great, okay? So yeah, we're running the show. We're running the show because we need good neighbors. We need the Monroe Doctrine. We need the oil. And by the way, we'd like them to have a better lifestyle. And you want to address the root causes of immigration? Kamala Harris, I'm looking at you. The root causes of immigration? This is how you do it. You actually provide people with a better economic future because guess what? We're going to have capital infusion into Venezuela. And you're going to have oil companies dumping all kinds of money because, again, biggest natural resource area outside of Saudi Arabia. You want to be there. Well, what does that mean? It means jobs. It means a higher standard of living. It means upward mobility. It means you don't have to come to the USA for a chance at anything. By the way, when you have a chance at that upward mobility through proper means, to actual free market capitalism that we're helping you to build, what do you know? All the crime, all the drugs, it's going to be less and less. Well, in part because we're going to make sure it's less and less, but also because people are going to have other opportunities. We need good neighbors, nice neighbors, right here in the Western Hemisphere. Yeah, I'm just thinking. It's went so well. Maybe next weekend it's Cuba. Maybe next month. Greenland. Just saying. Here's the president.
In South America, America first. Well, I think it is because we want to surround ourselves with good neighbors. We want to surround ourselves with stability. And we want to surround ourselves with energy. We have tremendous energy in that country. It's very important that we protect it. We need that for ourselves. We need that for the world. And we want to make sure we can protect it.
Exactly. Okay, this is not that hard. This is not that hard. And what I appreciate about this president is he's actually calling it like it is, saying it like it is. He's not trying to sugarcoat this and tell you this is about democracy and freedom and we want to free the Venezuelan people and make sure that they have a better standard of living. Frankly, he doesn't care too much about that. He really doesn't. He cares about the oil. He cares about the fact that you get the Iranians and the Chinese and the Russians hanging out 3 hours off the coast of Florida. That's what he cares about. I mean, would they do Cuba next? I don't know. I mean, Cuba doesn't really have the natural resources that Venezuela has. So this is, of course, more interesting to us. And I appreciate that he doesn't try and sell it to the American public as something else. He's telling you the truth. I care about the freaking oil. We're running the joint, okay? And this is what everybody wanted, even Democrats, whether they're willing to admit it or not. I am telling you, I know for a fact that the Biden administration was heavily trying to get Maduro out. And they made multiple offers to him, and they tried, and I have firsthand sourcing on this, okay? So they tried to negotiate an exit, and they couldn't do it. And so Donald Trump comes along. He's trying to negotiate an exit. And Celia, the wifey I told you, Nikki's wife, doesn't want to do it.
We getting oil from Venezuela. We could have had oil with Canada, but Joe Biden stopped it.
Be done with
What's that Keystone Pipeline we could have had with Canada?
Oh my God, we didn't know you could do that. We really
What about
didn't know
that?
you could do that. But they gotta be happy, right? They gotta be happy because this is exactly what should be done, as John Fetterman admits. I mean, at least you got one honest broker there.
And just acknowledge that it's been a good thing what's happened. I mean, I mean, I've
Fetterman.
seen the speeches from whether it's Leader Schumer or kinds of past tweets from President Biden. You know, we all wanted this man gone, and now he is gone. I think we should really appreciate exactly what happened here. Now, remember, we all Democrats years ago wanted to eliminate him, and why have a bounty of $25 million if we didn't want him gone? Why would you do these things if you weren't willing to actually do something other than harsh language? Let's remember, 8 million Venezuelan were displaced and mass chaos, and now they were shipping drugs to our nation as well too. So for me, it's like, why as a Democrat, you know, we can't just acknowledge that it was successful.
It was so successful.
Trump could have had captured Hitler. They'll still be mad.
If Joe Biden had done this, I swear to God, guys, I promise you, I would have commended this. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm actually not that partisan. I just want what's best for America. Period. Full stop. And that generally means national security. It's international security, right? On the world stage, a prosperous economy, low taxes, lots of capitalism. It's not that hard. Okay? I mean, even Biden, we'll go back to 1989. He knew it. He knew that this was the move to take.
And losing the war on our own soil. Let's go after the drug lords where they live. With an international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco terrorists, and they must know it.
Well, now they do. Okay, speed up to 2026. It's going to be a good year. Like, this is phenomenal. I thought to myself, this is fantastic. It's fantastic for the U.S. dollar. Okay, King dollar. Live on, right? It's fantastic for the US dollar. It's fantastic for our future prospects because we want that source of energy. Energy is really critical when you think of the technology changes that are coming along and the need for it. And, you know, I'm looking at the market. And once again, we're up and away. Okay? Like nothing's lower. Nothing. Yesterday, I was traveling with my family and, you know, I had my parents, my dad actually had like 1 or 2 stocks that were lower. He's not investing in, I guess, in 76 Research. I was like, Dad, you're really going to take my recommendations, would you please? He had a couple stocks that were lower, and I'm like, oh, my entire portfolio is sky high. And it's going to be sky high tomorrow again because this is setting a tone. In my estimation, a very, very good tone. So the dollar is stronger. You see U.S. debt markets responding well, all of this, right? And I'm looking at the market yesterday, and actually, Rob sent me this, my colleague at 76 Research. If you're not subscribing to 76 Research, please do that. $1 a month, DOLLAR, use code dollar, 76research.com. And you really should try and look at the portfolios because that's where real value is. We have 3 model portfolios on there. But Rob sends me this. This is Bloomberg saying stocks, bonds set for jittery start. And we're like, but the futures market's all higher. Like, when did suddenly jittery become synonymous with massive upside? Like, this is not a jittery start. This is what you call a voluminous, fantastic, wonderful start. And sure enough, the market was way up yesterday, and we got a market that's tearing higher today. And yet, the Wall Street Journal, a financial publication, is leading with U.S. allies sound alarm over Trump's demand for Greenland. They're all freaking out about Greenland right now. Let me tell you, market doesn't care about Greenland. They'd probably love it if we got Greenland, actually. They love it that we got Maduro, and things are off to a great start for 2026. I love it. 76research.com. We love it over there as well. You know, you have to be able to look at markets with just a sense of realism and, you know, practical sensibility. And the financial press, even the financial press, they just can't get away from their TDS. And so consequently, they're not thinking in real ways. Even the institutional Wall Street firms. I mean, I'm looking at some of the notes there, and it's like, guys, do you not see what's actually happening? Just look at the markets. They'll tell you exactly what people think about this, along with Harry Enton's poll over there on CBS. CBS News at CNN. I said CBS News, by the way. They can't kind of deal with this. I don't know what to tell you about Barry Weiss. I know she's trying to change things up, and she comes from a print background, so good luck to her. Print is extremely different than television, and of course the entire medium is extremely different nowadays. Why? Oh, because you got people like me. Well, you know, I hope you subscribed. Make sure you share, like, make a comment. Even if you're watching this after the live, do make a comment. Every little bit helps. Well, CBS News is just plagued by this heavy weight that it's got going on. There's a sense of total liberalism in the newsroom, along with TDS, worse than most people have it. And I'm watching this weekend as Marco Rubio goes on the CBS weekend show, and I'm just blown away. I mean, he completely humiliates this anchor. And I wonder how long she is for that world, only because they're probably not paying her much, but very wise has to know that this chica, she's an Irish girl, former Irish dancer. I actually like her a lot on a personal level. We used to share like an office cube together at CNBC, which is business reporting there. But she's really kind of hostile, it seems, to everyone in the Trump administration, including one Marco Rubio. And so she starts saying, well, I don't understand. You get Delcy Rodriguez there, and yet Diosdado Cabello, who runs the military, he is still there, but you guys had a bounty on him. So why is he still there? And what she's just sort of not grasping is that you kind of need the military. You don't, and that's probably one of the reasons they left Delcy there, to be honest. And Diosdado, he actually, another thing I know, used to be one of our intel guys, and we used to like him a lot. And then he switched in 2015. But maybe they recruited him back over to our side. So she's like, why is Diosdado Cabello still there? I'm so confused. I'm confused. You're confused, Donnie. Boy, Marcus set her straight, too.
The defense minister, who has deep ties to Russia, $15 million price on his head, he is still in place. I'm confused. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco-terrorist regime?
You're confused? I don't know why that's confusing to you.
They're still in
It's
power.
very simple. You're not going to go in and like wrap up. But you can't go. You're going to go in and suck up 5 people. They're already complaining about this one operation. Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go and stay there 4 days to capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The number one person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country that he was not, and he was arrested along with his wife, who was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and frankly complicated operation.
It was.
It is not easy to land helicopters in the middle of the largest military base in the country. The guy lived on a military base. Land within 3 minutes, kick down his door, grab him, put him in handcuffs, read him his rights, put him in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. That's not an easy mission. And you're asking me, why didn't we do that in 5 other places at the same time? I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most, daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country has carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. And yet the mainstream media said, why are these people still there? Here's what I would just say. And again, I've been around the story a lot more than they have. And so I'm much more sort of in it. Again, my background as a trader of the sovereign debt and the sources that I've had on both sides throughout the years, both within the Maduro regime. Again, I've told you I've interviewed Delcy many times, and within the other side, which would be the opposition, and I know everyone very well there, and I really wanted this. I wanted this for the opposition, but I understand they were not willing. The administration was like, okay, we just need somebody there that's going to keep the wheels on the bus, that's going to make sure that the military goes along. That would be Diosdado Cabello that you heard her talking about, along with another guy there, and they need to kind of just keep that structure in place and then infuse the place with American oil companies, so we can get all that oil and all the other natural resources and actually bring them jobs. And it's going to be win-win-win. I mean, listen, the people of Venezuela, they have a lot more in common with us, let's be honest, than the Chinese. They're Catholic by background. They used to be the most educated population in all of Latin America until Chavez came along. There's a lot that could come of this that is extremely good, which is how you want to start 2026. Boy, coming out with a bang. My gosh, like I did not see this one coming. I really didn't. And my sources, many of whom are like very entrenched. I mean, Hans you met the other day. Heck, the guy's been to Maduro's bunker a couple of times, okay? No one saw this coming. The Chinese, they were there on the ground. They had just met with Maduro hours before. And then the next morning, they wake up in Caracas and they're like, oh, what's going on? Which you could say either they knew and they were tipped off and they didn't say anything. I guess they're more quiet than Congress. That's why they couldn't be tipped off in Congress. Or you could say this was a giant FU to China. I don't know, but I'll take it. Because America's back, baby, and this is the side you want to be on. It's called winning. My friend Dan Bongino is going back to his show. He left the FBI, and you know what? He's got a big warning he's coming out with. A big warning. Because he knows what winning is too, right? He's going scorched earth on some of these crazy folks in the MAGA realm that kind of just have gone off the reservation, shall we say? Marjorie Taylor, I'm looking at you. Candace, well, there's no hope there. And, you know, occasionally there is. Sometimes she says really good things, but it's getting almost scary, bizarre. And then there's my former colleague at Fox. I used to have a host. He used to host a show opposite me at 8 p.m. I mean, granted, I was on the red-headed stepchild network, you know, just Fox Business News. He had the big kahuna there at 8 p.m. on Fox News. You know, I have always differed on Venezuela. For some reason, he has never wanted to go near it. But, you know, you kind of sometimes wonder about people's alliances. Mine is pretty pure and pretty simple. America first, baby. That's it. America first. We want the oil. We want control over the region, and it really doesn't need to be more complicated than that, right? Except this one Tucker Carlson, and this is what Dan's getting at. I'm going to get to Dan Bongino in a second because he's out with a huge warning. But he's basically telling people that Tucker, knock it off. Okay, we got like midterms coming up. What the hell are you doing, buddy? Tucker, that is trying to figure out how he's going to explain his very anti-U.S. involvement in Venezuela. So how does he explain it? Well, he can't actually say, well, hey, we shouldn't care about the oil, because heck yeah, we care about the oil. Why shouldn't we care about the oil? So he goes off on this really weird tangent that's super twisted and super weird, but you should hear it, because when Dan comes out and slaps him hard, you'll understand why.
We can safely discount democracy as a reason for affecting regime change in Venezuela. We're not going to go kill Nicolas Maduro because we don't like the way he's treating his people. It's possible we're mad that he doesn't allow gay marriage. That is a distinct possibility, but no one will say that out loud. Not defending the regime, just saying. One of the most conservative countries in North or South or Central America. Only El Salvador really comes close, which is much smaller, of course. And by the way, the U.S.-backed opposition leader who would take Maduro's place if he were taken out is, of course, pretty eager to get gay marriage in Venezuela. So those of you who thought this whole project was globo homo, not crazy, actually.
Why are we trying to install this woman? It makes no sense.
Well, because she'll bring gay marriage to Venezuela, and that's important. I mean, that's what we stand for.
All right, like now I've heard it all. So he has no way of explaining any of this. So he's going to go and tell you that, oh, you know, there's a desire on the part of Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, and Donald Trump to make sure they get gay marriage in Venezuela. I mean, this is about as good as some of the things I've heard about Brigitte, right? Macron, despite the fact that the woman actually had a couple kids and we've seen all the pictures of her pregnant. My gosh. All right, that just tells me.
Thanks, How to Speak. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining in, everybody.
I'm just a pure.
Yeah, this chat is real live. I appreciate you guys.
Believes in this country and believes in
I value everybody's opinion.
And we get
Appreciate it.
I kind of want it. I want it for my country, and I don't want it for Iran, and I don't want it for Russia, and I don't want it for the Chinese. Thank you very much. So I want them all out. Okay, all out. It's our hemisphere. Thank you very much. Monroe Doctrine, indeed. So he apparently just doesn't care, and now he's trying to come up with some other reason for why we might possibly go down there. And so, you know, he's talking about Maria Corina Machado, who, by the way, is like a former Bushy. She was educated at Yale. She is a conservative. I don't know where she is on gay marriage, and frankly, I don't really care. I care about the oil, okay? That's all. I care about making sure, well, the people as well. But that's the added benefit. And so I can't really understand his reasoning here, except that he's trying to divide and conquer, okay? Divide. And so all of these people, whether it's Marjorie Taylor Greene or, you know, a few others on the fringe there, are trying to destabilize MAGA as we go into midterms. Not a good move. And Dan is calling them out. Dan Bongino declares war on black pillars and grifters trying to hijack MAGA. Does Tucker want to run for president after all? You think you're going to trust him with your foreign policy? I'm going to trust the team that goes and plucks Maduro right out of bed in the middle of the night and takes him right back to New York for his trial. You're damn right I did, Dan Bongino says, after declaring war on black pillars and grifters trying to hijack MAGA. And he went on to explain that, he's coming back to his show, but a couple things. He's got a warning for all those people that are out there with all their BS that really is not even worth seeing. I mean, that was not worth seeing. I apologize to you for even showing you, but I just want you to understand the magnitude of what's going on. And, MTG, who's angling for her new job at The View, but she may just get it. And so she's super anti-Trump. I mean, these people. So if you're whining, he says, about it, it means you can't exist without seeing and commenting on ours. You'll need to get over that. We do it because there's nothing black pillars and anti-Trumpers want more than to create division and drama, right? This is about drama for some of these people and division because they're trying to whack off part of this audience and take it over to theirs. And it's actually not really healthy for the country or for the party or for what's happening in midterms. And believe me, I certainly don't want to go back to a world in which the Democrats are running the show and you're going to have another impeachment, right? For goodness sakes. I mean, they're frothing at the mouth over this Venezuela thing. Suddenly, dictators are good. Oh, who knew? Dictators are good in their little version of the world. And so we don't need people within the MAGA movement that aren't fully embracing what our values are. Because they're going to try and get Democrats elected in the process. It's just not cool. Here's Dan talking about why he left the FBI in the first place.
I mean, I gave up everything for this. I mean, my wife is struggling. I'm not a victim. I'm not Jim Comey. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud I did it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Cash is there all day. We share our offices are linked. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there. He gets in 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. I'm in there.
Yesterday, explaining why he's not seeking re-election. The third thing, we're going to move over into Venezuela. Marjorie Taylor Greene said that removing Maduro was not putting America first. And then we're going to go over to the lunch ladies on The View. They had a lot to say about the whole Venezuela thing. A lot of conflicting comments. And then we're going to move over to Seattle. So we got to start letting these liberal cities, highlighting the things that's happening in these liberal cities. They have an ordinance where they basically are not prosecuting nor are they arresting open air drug users. And then we're going to get to the business and layoffs. General Motors is laying off, I think, 1,100 people. So we're going to deep dive into it. We got the money talk. We got the politics. We got the local stuff. We got a lot to get through today, all right? So I'm going to get y'all through y'all day. Hopefully y'all enjoy what we got going on. I'm looking at these packages that she's sending me. All right, we're going to get to that. Let me look at some of this. I got to acknowledge the people that support the platform. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Mike, that dude, is in the building. Shout out to my guy, Mike, that dude. I appreciate you. Spencer Campbell, thank you to Spencer Campbell, says, good morning, AD and the Bag Chasers. Great show yesterday. And it's going to be an even better.
Thank you guys for joining in. Appreciate it, man. Happy Wednesday.
Call me Mr. Bibbs.
Ultra MAGA, baby.
Say thank you. I got you, Mr. Bibbs. Thank you. Chase Barnes says, happy Tuesday, AD and Peeps. Ready to tackle these fraudulent fools today. I feel you. What's bad, Chasers? Mike Join, you do training, says Rich Company. I'm I'm not gonna sell you on it. I'm just gonna tell you that Bag Chasers, we a group of people. Hold on one second.
Hey, Bone, thanks for subscribing, Bone. I appreciate that, man.
The Bag Chasers is a group of us. We 20,000 strong as of the recording of this video. I'll tell you exactly how many of us it is. It is 20,437 of us.
Yeah, 100. Got you. Yeah, appreciate it.
37 of us. And so it's Patreon members. All right. But really, we a family. And the reason why we a family is because we have each other's best interests at heart. If you are a part of the Bag Chasers, make sure you tap into the Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of any of the most recent videos. It's on the video that I just dropped today. But we do meetups. We meet up in person. We party. We have a good time. We talk about different things that we network on the Discord. I drop exclusive videos just for them to see the behind the scenes of what I got going on in my life. And then we live stream. We talk about stocks. I show them everything that I know when it comes to breaking down the charts, which make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications.
Detroit bus driver and her supervisor left a running city bus for a romantic rendezvous, leaving riders stuck and frustrated. This was just one of the issues uncovered in a new report from the Detroit Inspector General. The report says the two were caught being romantic during work hours multiple times, causing long delays. Noel Friel spoke with city leaders tonight in Noel. This report claims management failed to investigate this properly.
Yeah, that's right, Kimberly. The Office of Inspector General found that supervisor and employee were having what it called romantic interactions both on the city bus and during working hours. But the even bigger problem, according to this report, is what happened after that relationship was discovered.
It started with an anonymous complaint back in June alleging that a senior transportation service inspector, Andre Reese, and bus driver Dana Ruff engaged in indecent activity on a city bus. An investigation by the Office of Inspector General uncovered video footage from May 6th showing the two fondling each other on a bus. It found Reese then...
All right, let's rewind it.
Thank you.
Let's rewind it. Okay, I want to start over. I got to bring my city to the front of, not even my city, the people that are having good jobs in this city, we got to bring them to the front of the congregation. I want y'all to hear the full context of the story because I'm going to help you today. I'm going to help you.
Yeah, that's right, Kimberly. The Office of Inspector General found that supervisor and employee were having what it called romantic interactions both on the city bus and during working hours. But the even bigger problem, according to this report, is what happened after that relationship was discovered.
It started with an anonymous complaint back in June alleging that a senior transportation service inspector, Andre Reese, and bus driver Dana Ruff engaged in indecent activity on...
All right, let's start here. All right, let's start here. How many times I gotta tell y'all that y'all can't do what y'all used to do? One of the things that we did on Frame Fights, and this is the reason why our movie reviews are so great. We went to oldies but goodies, and we started talking about this movie called Boomerang. Now, in the movie Boomerang, Marcus was like the office slut, all right? He basically slept with all of the hoes. He did what he wanted to do. He got promotions. He was willing to sleep his way to the top. They were having inter-office romance, but this was the 90s. You can get away with this in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s.
Joe Biden sniffed you.
Can't get away
he's
with
silly.
this now. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's a different time. It's a different time. I'm not even against people getting with people that they work with. That is one of the main ways that a lot of people met their spouse.
Thanks for the sub. Thank you, guys. Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Most of the time, that's the way that people found the person that they wanted to be with, is because it's the person that you spend the most of your time around. Let me also educate you on something. For those of you that may not be familiar, that's why Pop Pop didn't let his girl go to work. Y'all thought that they just wanted to keep these women as stay-at-home mothers. Listen, it's layers. And this is why they always say, Anton say, you got to add the context. You got to add the context. There's layers to this, all right? Back in the day, like way back in the day, women were purposeful, right? And so the level of effort that it took to run a household was huge. You had to actually wash the clothes on the little thing, the rack thing, and they had to wash out all of the stuff and the diapers. And you couldn't go to the store and buy diapers. You had the cloth diapers, so they had to change the baby stuff and wash every single day, and then hang it up on the clothesline, hoping that the weather was better. When you made food, you had to make the food from scratch. Like you had to go and get real apples and peel them. And when you made apple pie and cherry pie, that was an all-day task. And going to work with the kids and going to see the teachers and all of this stuff, you're talking about an environment that was a kill or be killed, harsh environment. The father would be out and about working, doing manual labor every single day. Right. You didn't just make clothes yourself. You sewed the clothes up whenever the kids got a hole in it. You learn how to do patching, all of that type of stuff. So all of that is over. All of that is gone, right? Because we've civilized the world to the point to where technology has allowed for us to progress in a way to where women don't have to do the same things that they used to do. So when you see a woman try to compare herself, or she try to compare the situations or the relationships from yesteryear, and they say stuff like, well, you know, the women from yesteryear, they were stay-at-home mothers or whatever. It's not the same. You hit the button, throw the stuff in the dishwasher. Most of the time you get Instacart, get your groceries delivered. You don't even go to the store no more. Half the stuff you cook is already ready-made. The patties is already in one circle. You just throw it in there, throw some seasoning on it, and put some ketchup on it or some crap like that on the fries. And you say, voila, you don't even do 3-course meals anymore, right? You don't do none of that. Now, everything is simplified, streamlined, and the stuff that women used to do, they used to actually put labor in and they have more children. It's a much different environment. So when women say, well, I want to be a stay-at-home mother, and they're sitting there on TikTok talking about, yes, it's so hard and all of this stuff, I don't believe you. You need more people, because you're not the same as the women of yesteryear. And that's why there were gender roles, because they figured out what was the best way for us to raise a household and create an environment that's conducive for our children, and it allowed for us to be able to survive. So when you see women today, it's a completely different dynamic. And when I see them whining, I don't feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for them, because it's like, oh, you just want to be a lazy chick. You drinking wine, you sitting at the crib, you sleeping all day, you're not doing carry 100% of the load. No, go and get a job, be purposeful, because you don't have no kids, you don't need to be a stay-at-home chick, and you need to figure out how to add value into the household, because you don't have to do the same things that they used to do in yesteryear. That's the first layer. The second layer is, well, part of the reason why when we start to civilize the world and women start getting into the workforce and feminism started to take over, you still had a huge segment of women that was staying at home, being stay-at-home mothers. Now, some of the guys, especially in the white couples, a lot of the families, the mother would still be purposeful, but the job that she would get would be like becoming a teacher, right? Becoming a preschool teacher or something. A lot of times she followed her children through school. So she would add value.
Mark, you can't make this stuff up. They'll know who to like and don't like.
At the same time, bringing in resources and actually doing something and being a teacher, right? Those type of professions, but it wasn't so that we could depend on her income.
Fuck it, they are
income
sheeps.
was extra, and that was good.
Straight
but it
sheeps.
was because she wanted to add purpose, because it was much easier than what it used to be back in the day. And you had to do a lot more physical things to fix the household or patch in clothes or all of that. technology had advanced enough to where women could start to go into the workforce and still be purposeful, right? But one of the reasons why men didn't allow for women to do men's jobs wasn't just because women wasn't as physically capable. It was because the people that you spend the majority of your time with, especially when you don't have big discipline, is the ones that you wind up busting down. That's when you started to have an explosion of affairs, office romances, a man's assistant, the person that, you know, would be in the office as executive assistant, would be the woman that really, she knew the wife's birthday. She took care of all of the gifts. She made sure that his calendar was together, and she was given a good bust down, you know, when was needed. The executive assistant often at times was an extension. That was really one of the first side chicks. One of the first real side chicks were the executive assistant. And interestingly enough, they still had purpose. They wasn't just there for the bust down. They was there working. They was taking care of business. And the executives, the ones that got to the top of the food chain, wherever they went, they took their executive assistant with them. They didn't just leave. They leave and negotiated a package for the executive assistant. And she would get raises and she would get promotions along with him going out and getting a different position. Y'all, this is the type of show that y'all like. Is that Anton is old enough to understand it, and I'm going to teach it to you, while relating it back to why we look at things differently in popular culture today. That was the executive assistant. The executive assistant's role was to basically be an extension of him in a professional manner, but then she also busted down for a real one. But men usually kept women out of the workforce because women going into the workforce messed up the bag because it got people all out of pocket. So that's why nowadays, you know, a nigga get a little bit of money and a supervisor, he work in the plant, he the bus driver, supervisor and stuff. Guess what he gonna do? Guess what happens when he doesn't have big discipline? Busting it down on the job. Busting it down on the job. You know why? Because he don't know how to keep things running. He don't know how to have things flowing. He gonna get special privileges. He gonna do all of this stuff. And so, along with the women's rights and the Me Too and all of the visibility and the easy accusations to having you crash out, and this is one of the reasons why, because the environment is different now. You also messing up the money. Messing up the numbers, the productions, the routes is messed up, and people can see it. People can see it. So we let a little bit of a title, a little bit of power go to our head. Now all of a sudden, you messing with her, you busting her down on the bus. The routes is stopping. People can't catch the bus in the morning to get to their job because you so focused on this funky hoe. And she on the gram. She on Instagram and Twitter posing. Now the rest of the bus drivers are stressed out. They dealing with stuff. They trying to, you know, the environment is kicking their ass. The riders, she keep getting on, but she get the easiest routes. Her clothes is nice and regular. She got her filters popping. She get all of the overtime without actually working no overtime. And this is why it kind of start messing up, is because you start messing up the money. She fit the prototype. Soon as she walk in, fuck up the plant. Everybody in the plant trying to fuck her. Everybody in the warehouse trying to bust it down for a real one. This woman will be fooled at Chrysler. The Warren trucking plant, that ain't nothing but one big club. Ain't one big club. This woman is fooled. So as soon as he seen her, probably flirted a little bit, she gave him a little motion. Now she get all of the benefits. They flirting in the middle of the night. All of a sudden, she having the exact same shifts as him, no matter what shift he go to. And that's why you see what's happening every time.
On a city bus, an investigation by the Office of Inspector General uncovered video footage from May 6th showing the two fondling each other on a bus. It found Reese then reported an unsubstantiated mechanical issue with the bus, took the bus out of commission, and took Ruff to a fast food restaurant, disrupting service for 115 minutes. On May 20th, it says Reese and Ruff
disrupting service for 115 minutes. And for those of us that see students, that's 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours. So you took the bus out of service because you wanted to get some box at night. A 2 hour, and that's in addition to lunch, that's in addition to everything else. You took the bus out of commission because you had to get some box. You had boxolitis to the highest core.
How to speak. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Couldn't put things in motion. You
Like
took
and
the
subscribe.
bus out of 2 hours.
Happy New
They
Year.
was standing at the bus stop. It's cold outside.
Everybody.
They trying to get to work. Everything is late. Probably got to call an Uber, spend the extra money. And this is why. The problem with society isn't the buses. It isn't funding. It isn't any of that. You know what it is? It's people. It's people. It's the reason why things don't go right. You fall asleep on the bus, crash and kill people. That's why they got robotics and AI coming to replace all of y'all, because he can't keep his dick in his pants long enough to keep the bus routes running.
again met up multiple times during Ruff's route and at one point abandoned the bus while it was still running. That day, DDOT received a complaint via a customer assistance form about the abandoned bus, but Inspector General Kamal Marable says leadership didn't investigate it properly.
We found out that the supervisors who were responsible for dealing with this type of issue were very lenient in their response to it.
DDOT Superintendent Howard Bragg classified their actions as a Class 4 offense, which would normally be punishable by a 30-day suspension followed by termination. Instead, he gave them both 5-day suspensions. Marable says he never reviewed the video footage of the two inside the bus.
Now guess what you did? You know what you just did? You know what you just did? You messed up everybody else's bag. Because somebody was lenient on you, and this is the trickle-down effect or the trickle-up effect. Now, your supervisors that was supposed to be reviewing you gave you a break, but because this is a different environment, right? This is using public dollars, taxpayer money, all of that stuff. You tried to be nice and just give them a 5-day suspension each. Somebody found out and said, nah, we're going to investigate this further. Guess what happens? Now, they're more focused on the people that suspended you or the people that discipline you, and they probably going to get in trouble and lose their job. And it all started from what? A blue-haired girl that came in. You couldn't keep your dick in your pants because you was going to mess up the money. And see, this is the thing, again. I'm not the type of person that's going to sit here and tell you that you shouldn't bust it down for a real one. I'm not that guy, right? I'm not going to tell you, don't mess with the hoes, all right? What I am going to tell you is don't mess up the money. If it ever in any their strategy to continue to break up the household because it's too much money not to do it. We are paying for people that can't pay and continue to have children and have daycares, and we're overpaying for it. Somebody said maybe they claim they have special needs children in the facility. Oh, that's even easier. That's even easier. Because the special needs children, they just be chilling. It's the regular kids that you got to worry about. The special needs children, they just be chilling. I ain't gonna do no imitations today. New leaf, new year, new me. I'm thinking about it, and I'm laughing at the very joke that I'm doing inside of my mind. But I don't feel like getting no emails from y'all whining. Anytime my kid is on the spectrum, that joke wasn't funny to me. It's funny to the rest of us. I'm laughing in my head at the joke that I told to myself that I'm not going to tell to you. Let's get back to hey. Oh man, I need to take my multivitamin. Something is wrong with me. Where the multivitamin at, man? Give me my multivitamin. I'm over here cracking up. I just want to say a little bit of it. That's all I want to say. I don't want to say the whole thing. Come on, Anton, you got to do better. Sponsor said that I shouldn't be telling those type of jokes. Trying to be a nice guy. You know what I'm saying? Trying to do the right thing. Oh, man. Let's continue.
And I want to give a very heartfelt thank you to all of them. There is more to do. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud should be intolerable. And while there's a role to play for everyone, from the legislature to prosecutors to insurance companies to local and county government, the buck does stop with me. My administration has been taking fast, decisive action to solve this crisis. We'll win the fight against the fraudsters. But the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that fight harder. We've got Republicans here in the state legislature playing hide and seek with potential whistleblowers. We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children. We've got the president
breaking into our daycares. Breaking in to daycares. Conspiracy theory, right-wing YouTubers breaking into Stop. You know, one of the reasons why I love my job so much is because I can openly talk about the bullshit, and I can talk about the things that other people don't feel comfortable talking about because they gonna get fired on their job. They're gonna get fired on your job. You can't say this out loud because you gotta worry about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and people automatically getting offended. I could say the real thing out loud, and I could say this is 100% BS. 100% BS. Stop, bro.
The United States demonizing our Somali neighbors and wrongfully confiscating funds that Minnesotans rely on. It's disgusting and it's dangerous. Republicans are playing politics for the future of the state. It's shameful. And I've said it before, and I will continue to say it. We welcome ideas from anyone, in any party, from any walk of life, who wants to help us continue to stay ahead. And we welcome the involvement of the federal government. I am grateful to the career professionals at the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI who have been helping us fight this fight for years. But I cannot abide the actions of the political leadership in Washington. These opportunists are willing to hurt our people to score cheap points. They and their allies have no intention of helping us solve this problem, and every intention of trying to profit off of it. Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year. Election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more of that in Minnesota. In September, I announced that I would seek a historic third term as Minnesota's governor, and I have every confidence that if I gave it my all, we would win the race. But as I reflect on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences. So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year.
So it's not about defending taxpayers from criminals. It's about defending criminals from us taxpayers. That's really what he's telling us.
Passing on this race with zero sadness and zero regret.
Cap.
I did not run for this job to have the job. I ran for the job to do the job.
Cap.
Minnesota faces enormous challenges this year, and I refuse to spend a single minute doing anything other than rising to meet this moment. Minnesota has always come first and always will. That's what I believe servant leadership demands of me. As an optimist, I'll hold out some hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will consider what servant leadership demands of them in the moment. We can work together to combat against the criminals. We can work together to rebuild the public's trust and make our state stronger. But make no mistake about it, if Republicans continue down the path of abusing power, smearing entire communities, and running their own fraudulent game at the expense of Minnesotans, I will fight back with everything that I have. I'm absolutely confident a Democratic and a DFLer will hold this seat come November. I'm confident that I'll find ways to contribute to the state that I love long after next January. But there'll be time to worry about all that later. Today, I'm proud of the work we've done to make Minnesota America's best place to live and raise kids. From our new paid leave policy to our child tax credit to our school lunch programs feeding every single child. And I'm doubly proud of the incredible team we put together to make this vision a reality. I want to take a moment to thank every member of my staff, to every single state employee who has been part of this fight. Now more than ever, I need you on the job. I need you to help work together to tackle the important work in front of us. And most of all, I want Minnesotans to know how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve this state, for the privilege that I have been given to serve in this office. I'm on the job. I'm focused on making sure that we stay America's best place to live and raise kids. No one will take that away from us. I'm proud of the way we treat our neighbors. I'm proud of the way that we welcome people to this state. I'm proud of the way that we innovate. And I'm proud of the way that we are optimists for the future. No one's taking this away from us. Not the fraudsters. Certainly not this president. Not on my watch.
Trump crushed everybody. One by one. One by one. He is crushing everything and everybody. Absolutely destroyed Kamala Harris's legacy. Absolutely destroyed Tim Walz. Nick Shirley did a number on this. Listen, I'm not really sure that there has been a person that I can name in recent memory who came to prominence that we weren't paying attention to and had a faster fall than Tim Walz. I can't think of anybody. I've seen people have a much greater fall, but I have never seen anybody have such a meteoric rise and such a fast fall. Not anybody that's made it. In the span of less than a year, Tim Walz went from noticeable to the poster child for incompetence as a leader. Nah, not Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani, it took some time, bro. Rudy Giuliani actually was celebrated by a lot of people over in New York City. I have never seen a person, a politician on a national level, get crushed like this. Because most of the time, listen, Tim Walz was banking on the idea that if they didn't become president and vice president of the United States of America, that he would always be able to come back to his job and run Minnesota, Minneapolis, and the extra visibility would ensure that he still had his position. I I've never seen anybody fall this fast. Not like did like this and then like this right after that. I've never seen a politician get taken down by a major politician getting taken down by a YouTuber. This has got to be a first in history. This has to be a first in history that a YouTuber took down visibly, right? Because we can affect elections, we can swing them, we can swing states left or right, we can swing them red or blue, but directly impacting the ability for you to run for a governor again. I don't think I've ever seen this before. This is unprecedented. Honestly, I have never seen a content creator take down a governor. Never seen a content creator take down a governor in my life. What a time to be alive. Make sure you guys, bro, he was just possibly, I mean, not saying that they would have won because I predicted that it was going to be a landslide victory for the Trump administration anyway, but the possibility was there for him to be vice president of the United States of America. He could have been J.D. Vance. He could have been possibly J.D. Vance. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. We live in crazy times. In 2026, the start of the year, we see Trump take down, but I think it's going to be an interesting year. 2026 is going to be more wild than 2025. I guarantee it, and I'm going to be here for it too. I'm going to be here for it. I think that 2026, man, I ain't even going to try to predict what's going to happen. I know it's an election year, mid-cycle elections, midterm elections, and we're going to get a bag on that. And every time that we see a politician do something stupid, it's beneficial for us. It absolutely is beneficial for us. So I'm not complaining. I think that it's going to be a great year. I'm looking forward to it. And we're going to get there. But make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. It's going to be a hell of a year. All right, let me read some of these super chats, so we're going to get over to the next part of the show. Let's get Timmy Tim off our screen. Jack Covington says the personal trainer is the new milkman. Well, personal trainers be busting down all of them chicks, so. Hey, look, it's Tim Fraud, says Chase Barnes. Listen, let me go back to the whole personal trainer conversation. Y'all just don't have to deal with whatever comes along with it. You just listen. I say this. I trust you to do whatever it is that you're gonna do. I trust you to do whatever it is that you're gonna do. Like, if you're willing to risk it all, then I'm willing to let you go. Get a good prenuptial agreement. If you're starting to get money, get a good postnuptial agreement, and then make moves and just keep living your life. And when you catch it, or when you start to suspect it, don't ignore it. And if you catch it, then deal with it accordingly. But look, you can't waste your life waiting on something to happen to you. Oh yeah, Jamaica says, AD, I love you, bro. As a bag chaser, my portfolio is booming. And I use all your talking points. Can we please close shows with a prayer to steal all of the info? O'clock in the morning. That's what it takes. But then, here's the caveat to that. Then I don't go to sleep when I get off of the live stream at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Because now I have to prepare because I know I got a flight Wednesday afternoon because I got to go over to the West Coast. So because I got a 4.5, 5-hour flight over to the West Coast, I got to make sure that everything is taken care of so that things are going according to plan while I'm on the plane. I got you. Anyways, make sure you guys hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn your notifications. When you watching this, make sure you turn it down so your girl don't hear what we talking about. All right. When you watching this, make sure you turn the volume down so that your girl don't hear what we talking about. I don't want her to start looking at you differently. What the fuck is going on over here? You like that nigga that was saying that he couldn't take her to New Year's Eve in New York. Turn the volume down. Make sure she don't, hey, don't watch. Listen. I'm not kidding you. I get messages all day long from women that are pissed off that I gave their guy a game and now he leveled up, or from men that are mad because their girls are watching the show. I know you don't think it's
Spike. NBC5's Christian Farr has their story.
I've had to go out and hustle, put my life on the line, driving Uber just to pay my property tax.
Many Westside residents and clergy gathered outside of the Cook County Assessor's Office to express outrage after their property tax bills skyrocketed. Business owner Malcolm Crawford said his bill more than doubled.
There's just a few bills that I got. And this one is $11,000. This one is $12,000. The other ones are $7,000, and I have more. And with these, and I'm supposed to come up with this money by the 15th. You have
Stop voting blue no matter who. Chicago.
poorest neighborhoods with the largest increase.
The Reverend Marshall Hatch and others say communities like
You
West
had
Garland
Larry Lightfoot.
face a 133%
Now you got Brandon Johnson.
increase in
Keep
their
both for the
property
same
taxes.
bullshit.
Last month, the Cook County Treasurer's Office confirmed that this would be the largest property tax increase in 30 years.
We are just as upset and believe that it's unjust that the Board of Review continues to shift on the burden to homeowners in particular by giving large reductions in rates to commercial businesses in the Loop.
The Assessor's Office is pointing the finger at the Cook County Board of Review, which hears property tax appeals. But at least one of its commissioners says the assessor's recent increases are overreaching.
He's over-accessed those properties, and he can lower them. He's done it for the northern suburbs. He can do it for West Garfield Park, Lawndale, and other African-American communities.
The people who review those assessments, they need to come together and give blanket
So we got to talk about the black pastors of Chicago who are still boo-hoo-whining and crying about Democrats increasing their property taxes, which, by the way, I mean, I don't blame them for being upset, right? The whole point of me making this video is that I think they are directing their anger at the wrong people, okay? Because they're now protesting outside of Trump Tower. Yes, they're protesting outside of Trump Tower, trying to find a way to blame Trump in a roundabout way for why is it that Democrats decided to raise their property taxes. Yes, this is a demonstration of very low IQ. The clips that I'm about to play for you guys. So I apologize ahead of time if you are offended intellectually by what you're about to hear. Take a look.
Faith leaders gathered with community members outside of Trump Tower this morning to protest property tax hikes. They're calling those hikes a modern-day land grab that's devastating the west and south side. They met at Trump Tower because they say that building's property taxes were reduced, while people living in West Garfield Park and North Lawndale saw their taxes go up as high as 133%. They are condemning the Cook County Assessor and the Board of Review for what they call targeted property tax hikes on poor and working class families. Faith leaders say this is a moral crisis, not just a financial problem, and they will not back down.
Because for those of us in places like West Garfield Park with a 133% increase, Lawndale with a 99% increase, Inglewood with an 80% increase, and a 39% reduction.
Chicago. Now live in Rockford.
And so
2 years now.
Donald Trump gets the tax break, and on the west side we get the tax bill. Poor residents
on the west side and south side have been targeted.
Name's Deontay.
Unfortunately, this is
43 years old.
and many of us have supported these elected officials.
The religious leaders point the finger at the Cook County Assessor's Office and the County Board of Review for giving places like Trump Tower a break. Now, the Cook County Assessor, Fritz Kagi, responded with a statement pointing the finger elsewhere, saying, quote, "These property tax increases hitting South and West Side homeowners are flat out unfair, and they're the direct result of huge cuts that the Board of Review commissioners gave to large corporations."
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that, right? This is the result of financial illiteracy, ignorance in regards to how things work, how the property tax system in Chicago and in Cook County actually work. Because if they understood why they're paying more taxes, or the South Side neighborhoods are paying more taxes, however, the downtown properties, at least on the surface, are paying less taxes. If they actually understood why that's happening, then they would not be protesting at Trump Tower, right? They would be protesting Democrats and Democrat policies which have driven businesses out of the city. So let me explain how this works, because apparently these pastors don't know how to use Google, right? They don't know anything, but they're out here boo-hooing and crying, but they don't know what they're crying about, right? And again, that's the problem here. I think maybe, just maybe, some of their churches should consider contributing, right? Contributing to the overall taxes that people are paying, and maybe that can help give Chicago residents a break, right? If that's what they're really concerned about, is their constituents paying so much in taxes. Again, churches paying their fair share. Who knows? Maybe their church should chip in, and it can help out, because what's happening here is that Chicago's tax system is levy based. Okay, it's not rate based. Okay, Chicago does not say that everybody's going to pay X percent. Basically, what they say is that, hey, we need X billions of dollars in taxes this year, and they essentially divide that across property owners based on their assessed value. So what happens is if downtown values go down, right? So property values in downtown go down, like for example, Trump Tower, right? If that property value goes down, the assessed values go down, then they collect less tax revenue from those businesses, right? Those buildings. The reason why is because their value has went down. Why is their value going down? Well, the value is going down because Chicago is not a good place to do business, okay? Businesses are leaving because they're taxed heavily, they're regulated heavily, crime is out of control in downtown. Nobody wants to do business there. So because of Democrat policies, you have businesses leaving, and because you have businesses leaving, the property values are going down. And when the property values go down, there's less taxes that you can actually collect because their values aren't what they used to be. So what happens is that, hey, those taxes still need to be paid. They still need to collect X billions of dollars in taxes every single year. They still got to collect it. They refuse to stop spending money. They got to spend money on the illegals, right? So they say, hey, we still need the money. We can't really get the money, or as much money as we used to, from the businesses due to the fact that their values are going down, right? Their property values are declining. So now we have to tax everybody else, right? We now have to make everybody else's bills go up because of the fact that they don't have that much money they can extract from the businesses, the commercial properties. So if you understood this, if you really look into it and understand why this is happening, you would understand that, hey, protesting the property whose value has gone down as a result of Democrat policies, that's not what you should be doing, right? They didn't really give Trump a tax cut. That's not what they did. They just legally owe less taxes because their assessed value went down, right? It's not Trump's fault that office vacancies are at record highs, that many buildings are losing tenants or going empty, that the properties are being reassessed downwards 30 to 50%. Many building owners are winning tax appeals. Some landlords are not paying, right? So again, when you have properties being reassessed downwards, legally they owe less tax. The tax base shrinks. So what these people should be protesting for are pro-business policies, tax policies that will attract more entrepreneurs, attract more businesses back to the city, back to downtown, to get tough on crime, right? To loosen up regulations. They should be protesting at the mayor's office at the Cook County tax office. They should be protesting there with the people who caused the problem in order to get better policy so that businesses come back. And when those businesses come back, then guess what? They pay the taxes. And when they pay the taxes, guess what? The neighborhoods, the South Side, the poor black folks, they don't have to foot the bill. But what happens when you have these tax-rich politicians in office, when they run away the tax base, the people who are stuck, who don't have the money to leave, they're left holding the bag, right? They're left holding the bag. But for whatever reason, these pastors are so ignorant that they don't understand that that's the problem. It's not Trump. Oh, Trump got a tax break. And it's just peak stupidity. It's peak stupidity. I can't believe that these are individuals that are leading black folks, right? Black people, we need better leaders, right? We need leaders that are financially literate, right? Financial literacy should be the number one quality that people look for in a leader. Anybody that you listen to, that you take advice from, that you look up to as somebody that is going to lead a large group of people, at the very least, at the bare minimum, they need to be financially
right. Right. The tariffs are working.
That's like the number one
The
quality
tariffs are working.
people should look for in a leader. Okay. So with that being said, what is woke man Brandon Johnson doing in the meantime? Well, he's race hustling, right? He's race hustling, pretending as if he's this pro-black mayor and, helping illegal immigrants, funneling black people's money. Okay, that again, they're paying for it. They're paying those property taxes. Okay, funneling black people's money into the pockets of liberal nonprofits to help out illegals is again, it's a pro-black thing.
Mayor, you have been, and you set an example, I believe, for every local leader around the country on how to deal with ICE. And DL and I were talking about what you've done with the police department and just the way you've handled that. Why did you do it that way? And what's your advice for other mayors and other, people who are in leadership roles around the country? When I first got sworn in, my wife, I love her dearly, 27 years of marriage. Shout out to my wife, Stacey Nicole Richard Johnson, the first black first lady in the history of Chicago. And when I first got elected, so there were buses coming in from the South. I was new. And so then we had wildfires going on in Canada. So you had all the smoke coming into Chicago. And then we had a torrential rainfall, the largest rainfall in like 30, 40 years. God, it's trying to tell you. Listen, I was like, should we get out of here? For real, my wife said, look, if the locusts come, you need to repent. The advice that I would just offer up is that, our democracy is severely under attack. And the only way we're going to save this democracy is if we do what our ancestors did and we find out what our collective strength is and then we use it. Donald Trump is using ICE as his private militarized police force. This is a wicked attack to just test out to see how far tyranny can go. And if we're not careful, and if we don't push back and use executive orders, legislation, take it to the streets, the courts, if we don't use everything that black people use to get us free, in the words of Sin K, we're going to find ourselves subjugated to tyranny, and then we're going to look up and figure out how it happened. But one thing that I know for sure, not in Chicago.
I say, yeah, so this so-called pro-black mayor, right, is running around bragging about obstructing ICE from deporting illegal immigrants, gang members, thugs, criminals, rapists out of the black community, right? But again, this guy is pro-black, right? He's bragging about sending all of this money, billions of taxpayer dollars to help illegal immigrants, little nonprofits that don't benefit black folks. And this guy, Jamal Green, okay, who has been very anti Brandon Johnson, he is going to expose Mayor Johnson in this podcast, and he's going to talk about how this guy is a fraud, right? And the only reason he's doing this whole pro-black thing is because of the fact his approval rating is in the tank, and he's been a disaster. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
Man walks into office, and the first city council meeting he signs off on $51 million for the migrants. Since he has been mayor, this whole pro-black shit didn't happen until the money ran out. Let's be clear. If y'all want to go to the back, let's go back to when he was building migrant tent camps in the black community, and Governor Pritzker had to stop him from doing it. I had a problem with that. If you want to go back, to those same schools that you want to talk about that Ron shut down when he ruined the school system is the same schools he used for migrant shelters. Stop playing this pro-black shit. Brandon Johnson has not done one thing for black people since he's been in office. And he only started talking that pro-black shit when the money ran out. When the migrant shit started dying down, now it's pro-black, pro-black, pro-black. But you put $500,000 in a commission to study reparations, and you gave over $1 billion and kept signing it off. And on top of that, the $1 billion that you spent on migrants, how much did you spend on black people since you pro-black? Let's talk about it. Majority of that money went to an outside company in Florida to manage the shelters, to do transportation, to do child care. There are no black child care providers that can watch migrant kids. There's no transportation providers that can transport migrants. That's $1 billion out the window in 18 months. When have you seen that type of investment in black people? So when you want to talk about real investment, let's talk about it. Where has the real investment gone? The teachers union got what they asked for. That's why they put them there. Get us the contract we want. Got rid of the superintendent, put a superintendent in there and a new board to move forward a payday loan. And she got in there and she said, "Dog, Brandon, I ain't moving this forward. This going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars in interest." And then on top of that, yesterday, his hand-picked president of the Chicago Public Schools just had a secret meeting to raise our property taxes again after they just raised in November. You ain't see that? You ain't see that secret meeting that happened yesterday? Look it up. So you can't keep talking about this pro-black stuff because it's all bullshit. His real agenda
He's preaching.
Teachers union's agenda, and they adopted the migrant agenda. But black people were never on that list. And black people ain't got shit in the last 3 years. And if they did, I would be the biggest champion. Okay. Because this ain't my.
Yeah, they got something, right? They got an increase in their property taxes. They got a tax bill. That's what they got out of it, right? But everybody else, the illegal immigrants, the teachers union, all of Brandon Johnson's liberal friends, right? The nonprofit, they got paid. They benefited. Eventually, these people are going to learn, right? Maybe, I don't know. I'm getting to the point now. I'm like, I don't have faith in a lot of these people because they're just not smart enough, educated enough, or willing to educate themselves enough to actually learn about how stuff works. And when you learn about how stuff works, you understand that, hey, my problems are not with Trump Tower, right? Or Trump. Trump ain't got nothing to do with the property taxes in Chicago, right? It's the Democrats and their policies. And when you realize it's the Democrats and their policies, you need to vote accordingly, right? Vote them out of office. Stop voting blue no matter who. Everybody running Chicago is a Democrat. The mayor's a Democrat. The Cook County tax office full of Democrats, all elected. And the people have the power to change it, but for whatever reason, they just keep voting for the same thing. And then they're boo-hoo-whining and crying about their taxes going up. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you drive out the people who actually do pay the taxes, right? Who pay a vast majority of taxes. When the money ain't there no more, and the money still has to be spent, and the politicians say, hey, we're not cutting spending because we still want to spend money on illegals and a bunch of stuff that we don't need. Yeah, your tax is going to go up. You're left holding the bag. But tax the rich, though, right? Tax the rich. These people, man, you gotta understand how stuff works. You need to arm yourself with financial literacy. It is the most important thing for an individual to understand. And once you understand financial literacy, okay, the world opens up, right? You understand how stuff works because money, right, is essentially a driver of almost everything, right? Including politics and culture, right? That's what people got to understand. When you understand that, then you understand how to vote. You should vote in accordance with what is going to maximize financial prosperity for everybody, okay, in an area. That's how you should vote. And high taxes does not do that. The government is not good at distributing resources. So, but you know what you got to say. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share. Get Black Conservative Perspective. Peace.
To actually serve the people. So this is what's happening at scale in California. We're going to expose. the team members that were part of that raid. It's wild. Didn't dox anyone, obviously. We were there with Special Forces. They were using Delta Force. We were with Army Rangers. I don't believe they're the same guys. Nonetheless, it's the same platforms, and it was the same. It was a very similar operation with the helicopters, and obviously we had F-22 Raptors flying overhead, major munitions platforms that were being detonated. It's freaking unbelievably cool. Anyway, the point is this is what we did. There you go. This is what we did at Fort Bragg. There I am driving in the back of the vehicle as the raid goes down. Look at this. They're blasting the doors off, just like they did to Nicolas Maduro. It's freaking cool, man. There it is. These are the platforms. So anyway, little did we know. I'm sorry to just kind of roll through this live and on the stream, but this was wild. Why was it so important? Why was it such an honor for us to be able to witness it firsthand? Well, first off, it's really impressive to see what our special forces go through. But second off, America needed this. Venezuela was
Okay, Cody, I see what you're saying. Okay.
China had colonized an entire nation, the most oil-rich nation in the world, the most resource-rich nation on Earth. So much iron ore, so much gold, so much silver, a lot of Bitcoin, obviously the largest proven oil reserves on Earth, completely and totally colonized by China. It's right offshore of America. Which can allow that to happen? Does America just sit around and tread water and just pay a bunch of Somalis for fake daycares? Is that the country that we have? That's what we have. We all just have to close our eyes, be told that Lizzo is beautiful and the image of health, and then fund a bunch of Somali daycare scammers and healthcare scammers and car loan scammers. Is this what the country has been reduced to? No. And then we just let China just colonize all of the countries around us and steal our resources in our hemisphere? No. Damn it. This is the first time that America's felt like America in my lifetime. America should behave like a superpower. Superpowers don't let our enemies steal and colonize the most valuable countries in our hemisphere and on our borders, and then use those countries to wage war against us. What kind of war did Venezuela fight against us? Well, a chemical war. They engaged in chemical warfare. Making fentanyl is a very, very difficult process. It is a very dangerous process.
All right, Bone. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Process. It takes 17 different chemical compounds, very hard to find, very hard to stabilize.
Okay, appreciate it.
To get fentanyl.
I might be back Friday night after 6. Friday night after 6, probably. Appreciate it.
On our people, you can't go into the rainforest and find fentanyl. Not how it works. That's a sophisticated chemical warfare, biological warfare. Destabilization of Venezuela led to millions of criminal aliens flooding our borders, slaughtering our people. Lincoln Riley is an example of that, but there are thousands of others. Venezuela was being used to wage war against us.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm going to go ahead and end it. I appreciate you guys.
President Trump kicked him right in the nutsack. President Trump kicked him in the balls and said, "You're not going to be doing that on our hood."
I appreciate you guys. God bless. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe. Thank you. I'll be back soon.